Frozen again anyway.
We're live. I'm just gonna play a little music.
Go ahead.
Some of that West Coast shit. We're gonna get talk going in about 8 minutes. I like that. That's a better format, you see. Corey Sheffrin talking to you in the chat.
The Bears background. You represent, I'm rapping. Pseudo Killas.
Chef Ron Ill, I sure will let him rant. Corey, you can go on any rant you want, but Chef Ron in the chat said, let Corey rant. You can rant. Hey, Merchant Traveler, you can rant. If y'all got something you want to express, get it off your chest. I mean, we're just going to have a fun Saturday night.
Okay, so the freestyle.
Not yet. Hey, people in the chat listening, can y'all please share this video on your Facebook pages, wherever you share stuff. Also, can you just share it in different groups? Let's get this thing cracking. I appreciate you.
Hey, I'm on live camera. Hold on. Where your phone? I can do that.
I broke out my good quality pipe today. This
Oh, yeah.
motherfucker cold. This motherfucker cold right here, boy. Y'all just don't understand. That's the culture.
What kind of pipe tobacco you use?
I got about 10 different kind I switch off on when I want another flavor, but I've been kind of sticking to this old school called Captain Black lately.
Oh, okay.
What you say, T-Ben? Hey, B Money and T-Ben, this is my Facebook friends. Y'all feel free to share this video on Facebook into the groups and all that. Tiffany, I know you listening. Go and share this thing. We're getting started in 2 minutes. All right. What's happening, YouTube family? Everybody in the chat and my YouTube family, if you can hear us good, please hit that number 1. We don't want to get to talking and nobody can really hear us. So if you can hear us good, what's happening, APEP, hit that number 1 so I can continue. Let me set my phone up so I can see the chat. Thank you, B Money. Thank you, APEP. Let me just get my phone on so I can see the chat real quick. And we're going to get started. So what's happening? Jesus Price, S. Rush, Tony, Donnie Williams, APEP, Hatem, Shaban. Okay? OGB Money. B Money, what's happening with you? The Real 105. Excuse me, The Real 05. Tony, Indigenous Black Man. Peace to you, brother. the homie T Ben. T Ben, I love your family, man. I love your wife and your daughter. You guys, man, y'all my favorite couple. Your child look just like both of y'all. Y'all just a three chocolate motherfuckers. Beautiful family. Tony T Ben, I guess I mentioned everybody. Unbiased Sports, what's happening with you? Unbiased Talk. Chef Rain still cutting hair. He can still hear us. And oh, my buddy Dana Garrison's in the chat. Dana Garrison is where I went to go watch Fight Night at last week. We had a ball. Dana Garrison's a bad influence. He got me drunk. And S Rush. Okay, so tonight is Saturday Night Live, and we have an all-star cast, and we're just gonna have fun. It's kind of a free fall.
No doubt.
And we're just gonna have a discussion. I'm gonna ask the Pseudo Killas a few questions, you know. We have a special guest also. His name is Merchant Traveler. He's one of my Facebook friends. He a brother from the First Res. Hey, Merchant Traveler, when I say the First Resurrection, do you know what that means?
Yeah,
Don't say nothing. Hold up. Corey, when I say the First Resurrection, do you know what that means?
No, I don't know.
If anybody know what I mean when I say the First Resurrection in the chat, type in the answer. Well, you gotta be OG to know what that means. But anyway, Merchant Travelers from that First Resurrection generation. And just so y'all know, because y'all probably won't guess it, but the First Resurrection was like, you explain it, Merchant. It's considered before Elijah Muhammad passed away.
Yeah.
That early Nation of Islam,
Yeah.
the OGs, you know what I mean? That's from the First Res.
Yeah. And that's my parents. You know what I'm saying? What happened was when Elijah Muhammad passed, and you know he left the nation to his son. You know when he passed, so people that was in the old was called the First Resurrection. You know what I'm saying? And Warbi Muhammad brought them into Orthodox Islam. You know, that might be something that the nation now I have a problem with. But Elijah Muhammad really left it to his son.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I like old school Farrakhan. A new Farrakhan is different, but I like old
Yeah.
school Farrakhan. But you know, you got to understand, sometimes people get older. Farrakhan's what, 80?
Yeah, he's old.
80? Yeah, you soften up when you get older anyway.
Yes.
I don't expect no fire and brimstone from him at
Nah.
You still might got a little bit of life in there, a little bit.
They saying your mic is bad, Merchant.
Mine?
Yeah, if you be specific in the chat when you communicate to us, so we can understand what you're talking about. And
Y'all hear me now? This is my first time doing this.
yeah, so I usually get, hold on.
Do I need to put my headphones?
That's probably what it is. You just need to get your headphones.
Yeah, a good
Like,
headset, a good headphones, will clear all that up.
Hold on.
So we having just kind of a free for all and a discussion and just talking about different topics, you know. And I really kind of want to let's do like what, you know, how sometimes you do a year in review, right?
Right,
Talk about
right.
2001, 2022, what we learned, what we changed, you know, in our thinking, how to move forward in progress, or how we should move forward in progress, and you know, just some overall good discussion on Saturday night. What you say, Merchant Travel? Let me see if I can hear you good.
And am I better now?
Yeah, that's better. Do you think so, Corey?
It's better?
Sounds very similar.
I'm all hooked
You
up.
know, it's all good. It's all good. On my end, it sounds similar. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good for it wasn't
Say
bad for me. You know,
Say
as long as
something,
it's good for the audience, it's good for me.
Hello, does everybody hear me?
You watch where your thumb is. Your thumb or hand covering that hole.
Am I good here? Am I good now?
It's a little better, but it's still shady. But I guess we're gonna have to work with what you got.
I'm gonna invest in the whole headset, the whole thing. You know, and as I get the whole, you use it.
Okay. So 504 top level. When you say echo and reverberating,
I think you just need to turn. Maybe you need to turn it down a little bit. I ain't sure. It's just some reverb going because I can hear myself like in his microphone like
let
that.
me do this in testing.
It's
I'm
all
gonna mute
big.
myself. Let me let Aku in. I'm gonna mute myself and y'all mute myself, and I want to hear him talk and see if that helps anything. So I'm gonna mute myself right now and go ahead and talk, Merchant.
All right, yeah. Is it good now?
That's better. I think it's you. Yeah, you might just need to turn yours down, Chief X. Turn your volume down a little bit, like yeah, and then whatever.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good. You good. You
All
good.
right, great. All right. It's a little better.
Everybody good now.
That's a
Everybody's
little
good?
better.
Okay.
So we hear you good, Aku. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for coming. So I have a panel of OGs here, and some brothers I really dig. You know what I mean? I dig Corey. I dig Aku. I dig Merchant Travelers. I said when I put together a panel, I want to put together a panel of brothers who's like, there we go. There go to OG too. Chef Run. So I said when I put a panel together, I want to put a panel together of truth seekers, like sincere truth seekers. You know what I mean? People who are into that raw shit. You know what I mean? No cut on it. You know what I mean? People just know how to keep it real and have a decent conversation, have a decent adult conversation. Whenever I've had a panel, I don't always have panels, but whenever I've had a panel, everything runs smoothly. All that we don't do all that talking over each other stuff over here. And I think everybody on this panel, us five brothers, respect each other. We respect where each other's come from. You know what I mean? We all have, which is mainly, we all have good intent, right? Intent is everything. Do you agree, Chef Rod? Is your mic on, Chef?
Can y'all hear me?
Who said that?
That's Chef. Yeah, I hear you.
Nah, that's Chef. I hear you.
echo.
I hear
Say
you.
something again, Chef.
Yo,
Okay, we can hear you.
Chevron shit sound like here in the studio.
Yeah, I think the reverb is probably coming from Chief X. I'm not so
Well,
sure on that.
you might be right because it has before. Because I'm on a desktop and I got this speaker system with woofer, right? I'm gonna turn my bass down and turn the volume down a little bit because I think my volume comes into my mic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like whatever you can hear us through is going through your mic too. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so when y'all talk, I'm gonna mute my mic and we'll do it that way. But look at this. Look at all these gents on the panel. Hey, Chef Ron, you made some good money today?
hell no.
Nah.
I was cutting kids for back to school, man. You gotta do your services for the community.
You had a lot of kids you was cutting.
Yeah, I was cutting them for free for a little back to school drive. So I took off my third day and gave back.
Did you kiss the mamas?
Hell no.
Okay, so I'm gonna briefly introduce myself. People know me. I just want everybody else to briefly introduce themselves and just tell everybody their flashpoint. You don't have to take no more than a minute. You know, not no long spiel. But let me just follow my lead. So they call me Chief X. You know, my flashpoint into consciousness was in 1992, starting with the Nation of Islam. I found fault with the Nation of Islam teachings. I then started studying with the Moors. Went to the temple for a couple months. We used to sit up in the temple and hold up the number 7 and do our prayers and all that. I said, these cats is crazy over here. So I bounced from that and I started studying Orthodox Islam. You know, I'm just on a journey and a mission seeking and want to, you know, find my way. The journey then started in 1992. So then I started embracing Orthodox Islam. Went to the Masjid. Ain't that how you say it, Merchant Traveler? In English, we say the mosque, right? But in Arabic, they say the masjid. Okay. So went to the masjid a few times, and it was just too strict for me. You know, I'm a wild and loose kind of guy. It wasn't for me, per se. Then I started studying the Hebrew Israelites and went to a few of their classes. I was in junior college at the time. I did a report on the Hebrew Israelites. I did a report on who are the 12 tribes of Israel today, and I was going in. So then I ran into Ashwaquazi and started studying ancient Egypt, and this is where I'm at today. I'm just a free thinker today. I couldn't consider myself a free thinker, right? I'm just your brother. I'm no scholar. I'm none of that. I'm just your brother. I do consider myself a wise man, but I don't claim to be a scholar. I don't claim to be an expert on a goddamn thing. I'm just a generalist. A generalist, when I say that, means just, you know, a little bit about everything, right? A little bit about different topics. And that's my spiel. And I just want to introduce everybody. So, hey, Sheffer, I wanted to tell you, because Merchant Traveler was telling me his background, and he has a Muslim background kind of similar to yours. So, Corey, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. You know, they call me Concrete Corey or Cosmos Corey or whatever fits, you know. Corey is just fine. But, yeah, man, my whole thing, you know, as far as getting acquainted with this type of community and these type of discussions, I kind of got to following. I never was a part of like Nation of Islam or no groups or nothing like that. I just got into listening to some of I caught a hold of Brother Unk's shows, The Real Black Atheist, somehow. And through listening to him, I kind of got into some other things like Sonetta TV and other things like that, like the Dagger Squad later on, or whatever. But you know, my whole thing is you know, coming into this community is just, you know, trying to you know, better equip our you know, or groups of people, you know, with better tools to discern. You know, I think discernment is one of the priorities that we kind of take for granted a lot, and we really need to focus on that. You know, because I think it's a big issue. You know, the snake oil that's being sold in these communities, right? I think we being abused. I think that you know, the disadvantaged community is always the ones who get that abuse. So I think that's just my whole purpose, is trying to better equip the disadvantaged community with some better tools. And I think through conversation, I think that I can better equip the community, and then I can even equip myself, you know, because I don't know everything, and I ain't perfect either, right? I ain't like Chief X just said. I never claim to be no expert. I'm only an expert at one thing, right? And that's concrete. But other than that, I'm not an expert. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
You on mute, Chief?
Is that me?
Corey, what do you do concrete? Because I was wondering why they call you concrete.
Yeah. I'm a cement mason. I've been a cement mason for 16 years.
You like my granddaddy. My granddaddy was a bricklayer. I call him a operative mason, like a real operative mason in real time.
Can I say something?
So my granddaddy had forearms like Popeye.
Right,
fucking
right.
with them bricks all his life.
Yeah.
Everybody in Compton and
Hey,
everybody in
these forearms ain't no joke there, man.
right, boy, you
My
got a grip.
grandfather, I learned from my grandfather myself too. He was like to say, brick masons. I got an uncle that's a brick mason. He was one of the head brick masons for the company that I actually work for right now, right? For 40 years. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
It's been hard work. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to chime in on something that y'all profession in terms of black culture in y'all profession. Chevron and you and
Bears.
the Bears.
The Bears. I'm reading the chat. My bad.
When it comes to the black cultural aspects of y'all profession, as far as barbershop, like I was reading something recently that was saying that was one of the only professions, right, where the police couldn't kick off your door because you had a license to cut the hair. You was cutting the slave master's hair. For the most part, they had to trust you to cut their hair with that thing that you had to use across the leather and sharpen it. Yeah, like I was looking at something recently on that. I was like, damn, this goes back real far in the black.
Yeah, it was the black barbers was the staple of the barbering industry in America, right? It was prestigious to go to a black barber. So slave masters, if they had a barber, a good barber, they actually would build them a barbershop in town.
Right.
For other white people to go and spend money. That was actually a slave job that was, high up. So they would pay good money to go to a black barber and get your hair cut.
And Chef mention how in those days you kept the pastor, everybody clean. So it was a real lucrative thing back in those times for black people because everybody in the neighborhood was sharp. Back to school, all of that is a cultural thing for black Americans.
Yeah, definitely.
It's deep. It goes
definitely. We go black men go to the barbershop way more than white men. White men are starting to go as much now because we go. And they're starting to wear hairstyles similar to ours. Yeah, so it requires them to get way more grooming to keep it tight. But for the most part, a black man goes to get his hair cut twice a month, 4 times a month for other people. But for the most part, at the least, a black man is going to go to the barbershop twice a month. That's every 2 weeks, right?
Every 2 weeks, twice a month.
Right, every 2 weeks. But for my clients, most of my clients come every week. I have my every week clients, and then I have my every 2 week clients, right? So, but for the most part, most of them come every week. Most people, guys who have sons, they come every 2 weeks, right? Because I guess it's too much money. And I'm only coming when my sons come, right? And that's going to be a bill and a half to get. So they come every 2 weeks, but for the most part, they come every week and every 2 weeks. So
now, Chef, the reason why I do it because my hair grows twice as fast as my son. He don't need a haircut like in 1 week. You got
the whole face.
My whole face thing need to be shaved up. You know what I mean?
And another reason why black men go to the barbershop so much because a lot of us can't use a razor on our face.
Right.
So most of us go to the barbershop every week because a lot of the jobs that we take require for us to,
to be clean.
us to be clean or have a profile. So most black men don't like the race on their face or even grooming themselves for the most part. We leave that up to the professional. A white guy can shave every 2 days and their face will be fine. If we try to motherfucking take a razor to our face every 2 days, we gonna look like goddamn Freddy Krueger.
Right. Our skin wouldn't be able to take that.
I stopped messing with barbers. I bought my own clippers and I just went bald.
It's like fuck it.
I can't even see what I'm doing. I just go over it 100 times and just.
Yeah, make sure you.
I couldn't do that. I gotta go to the bar.
Hey Corey, I wanted to touch on your thing too, Corey. When Black Masons in the early after the antebellum, they was burying people with their names on their tombstone because they was in your profession. And before that, they would bury them in the box, in Potter's Field or something like that.
Yeah, stone masonry.
Very important at the time, stone masonry, and putting a headstone so that we can be respected and remembered by our families and the widows and the families that died from the wars and stuff like that. So that's very important, man.
Stone masonry.
My granddaddy's a
that's
legend
the foundation
in
to
Compton.
cement masonry. You know what I mean? Stone masonry is that's a job that takes a lot of precision. You know what I mean? That's a tough job.
They got stone kills.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Chief, do you got any headphones?
Yeah, something is a back. It's a back. I hear like a terrible.
Okay, I'm mute now. If I mute, y'all go ahead and talk. If I mute, you talking about me, Chevron?
Yeah, I think you need some headphones.
I think when all of our mics are open, it's what's leaving.
Okay, I'm gonna mute my mic because I do have my speaker. I had it unmuted.
So I think
I had it muted and y'all
one
didn't
person
complain. Here
talking
it
should
goes.
all mute. To let one
See, when
person
she
talk
vex
over
mute
the
out, it's good. I
I don't hear it no more. You're right. You're right. I don't hear it no more.
I'm the bad apple.
Yeah.
What you got working with over there, Chief? What you using, yo?
Hold on, let me get everybody introduced. Let me get everybody introduced. Okay, Merchant Traveler, go ahead and introduce your stuff to the family. Nobody really knows Merchant Traveler.
Okay.
He's a Facebook friend of mine, so I know him, but he hasn't really been in the YouTube community and speaking. But he's a brother from he's a brother I told everyone about who actually lived in Egypt for a year and a half. I didn't say visited.
You live
hung
there.
out for 10 days.
Yeah, I lived there.
He lived there for a year and a half.
He didn't
So
go
what
on
he
a
has to
camping
say,
trip.
right? So what he has to say tonight should be respected. Okay. So just introduce yourself and let us know a little bit of your background, just about 1 minute, and we're gonna go around to the next cats.
All right, so I'm a merchant. I'm an entrepreneur. I learned to do my trade and everything in Philadelphia. You know what I mean? I was a merchant in Philly, and I took a trip. In the Muslim community, we had this thing of being a talibul ilm, a student of knowledge. So a lot of
Chef,
people.
you know all what he's talking about, huh?
Did you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. So we had this thing of being a student of knowledge. So, brothers would go to different countries to study the language and to study the religion. So I went to Egypt. Egypt is cheap. The dollar to the janae was like 7 times. So I went to Egypt back in like 2011, and I stayed in Cairo, Qahira. You know what I mean? I stayed in Damanhur. That's the city of Horus. I stayed there, and I used to teach English there a little bit too. And what I also got time to go to the south. Like I went to Luxor, I went to Aswan, and I got to see a lot of the old, ruins and stuff in Egypt. Really, me being interested in Egypt, I used to work at a job with a Coptic Christian guy, and I already had a little grasp of the language, and he was fresh from Egypt, and I used to just speak to him every day in Arabic, and I learned a lot about Egyptian culture, and a lot about Egypt. So later on, that's another reason why I chose to really go there. You know what I mean? And even when I speak Arabic, Arabs will be like I have an Egyptian accent. You know? Yeah,
Pause. So the brother, just so the chat knows, you speak fluent Arabic, merchant traveler.
yeah.
Okay, cool. So he does speak
To
Arabic.
get around, and you know what I mean.
You could
I
have
don't-
a discussion with someone from
yes,
Egypt.
basically. Yeah.
Great. That's great.
Yeah, but I'm a lot of my Arabic is that Egyptian Arabic though, because this Arabic, like the Arabic, like what they call Fusha, is different. Like the Arabic in the Quran is different from country to country. People have dialects.
Right.
So like the Egyptian Arabic it's called Amiya. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The Egyptian Arabic is different from the Arabic in other Arab countries. So
Yeah, Quranic Arabic is completely different from
it's
the
completely
modern dialects of
yeah,
Arabic.
people don't
It-
speak like that in the
yeah,
street.
it's like somebody it's like an English speaker trying to understand Shakespeare or
Yeah,
16th century English. Is people don't
yeah,
speak like that no more.
yeah. People don't speak like that. But
So
what
would you
happens with
say that's why
Egyptian?
I'm gonna wait until after when you finish? 'Cause I was gonna ask you, would you say that's why they call it a dead language? Is because nobody.
It's not a dead language
Yeah,
though.
that don't make sense.
It's not a dead because
No, I was
people.
wondering because people have been saying that no one speaks that tongue over there no more. So
No, no. Well, what happens is it's standard Arabic. Fusha is standard
okay,
Arabic.
got you.
You understand? It's like we like English. We coming out of a
Okay,
book.
one second, merchant traveler. Cube outside the cube. I don't. I guess I have to figure out how to unblock you. I don't remember blocking you.
Who that?
You're outside the cube, so you're just the fins is outside the cube. I don't remember blocking you, but if I did block somebody, it was because they was maybe insulting me or just doing something foul. Because I usually don't block people unless they were doing something or saying something foul or just crazy harassing the hell out of me or something. But I'll figure out how, and I will unblock outside the cube when I figure out how to do it. Okay, go ahead and continue, merchant.
Yeah. So, the arguments that I've been watching Chief X, and me knowing about Egypt, and my name. I was raised, I wasn't raised in the
You don't have to
nation.
go too deep, merchant. We're gonna come back to you.
Okay.
We're gonna interview you and ask you some questions.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Aku.
Oh yeah, well, the first time I even came in contact with anything about Egyptian history with Black people was under Dr. Ben, actually. So I didn't really know anything about Egypt until Dr. Ben, but there's a weird occurrences that happened with me with meeting Dr. Ben. So I had met Dr. Ben in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. And he came to the church at the time to talk about the Virgin Mary. And my first becoming known with Dr. Ben wasn't good because I was full Orthodox Christian at the time, I was mixing up with Rasta. I was on the journey trying to find out who I was at the time. So coming in contact with his information, he mentioned a few things that to me seemed to be an anomaly based off of what I was learning from the church. So I was like, let me look into this dude, Dr. Ben. So I've had never heard any of the claims of Egyptian history come from the South, which is, I think, one of the things that Dr. Ben and most Afrocentrics claim is that the Egyptian culture came from the South.
Yeah.
Those was when I first got. That was around like in the 90s, like early 90s, maybe like 91, around that time. Reading some of Dr. Ben's books and stuff, I started to realize that there were some claims that he was making that went against the mainstream historical, and it came up as revisionist stories. Such
Okay, Cube, I'll do that.
Such as We the Black Jews. There were certain things that I read in some of his books that made me say, well, damn, well, this is crazy. So they've been lying to me. Because I'm thinking, you know, Egyptians are black, and because based off of what I was reading, all of the images they showing you, a lot of time they're mixing up Nubians with Egyptians, and they're showing you Nubians as Egyptians in the books as Egyptians. So I'm thinking, you know, I'm riding with the right thing. Egypt was a black land, you know? It wasn't until I started to research some of the other stuff outside of, I don't want to say that, but Afrocentric circles is when I started to research some of the statements that was being made by actual scholars. And I was like, damn, this is a long battle. Then I realized that there was a battle going on between Eurocentricity and Afrocentricity. I didn't know nothing about this. This is how I delved into it. And I was like, well, this is something that I need to get into. And going into it and doing my own personal research, I found out, yeah, there's a lot that we had wrong over the years in terms of Egypt and its blackness and where the culture came from. And just basic tenets that we believed in the conscious community regarding Egypt. And I think by clarifying that, because I've been on some channels and watching people talk about this for about a year. It's been going on for a long time, but it's a recurring thing. This is a battle that's been going on, and with Eurocentrics, it's not an Afrocentric thing. It's a Eurocentric thing that we're now joining into, trying to find our way in there. And with the research, I was like, this I can't find no sub-Saharan African DNA there. And with the current studies that showed up, I said, they don't really stake a claim with the sub-Saharan thing in Egypt. So that's where my study with Egypt really came about, and my interest in Egypt came about.
All right, thank you, Aku. All right, Chefrine, OG Chefrine. You know what? The first time I heard Chefrine talk on a live stream, and you must be watching some football, Chefrine, huh? or is that your monitor you're looking at on the side? Anyway, the first time I seen Chefrine, something drew me to him. I knew he was a cool cat. I knew he was genuine, and I just felt him, you know what I'm saying? I can read people good. So I always knew Chefrine had good intent. He was sincere about the scholarship he wanted to know and learn. He was sincere about the scholarship he wanted to teach. He wasn't hotep hustling. He was sincere. He just wants to know. He don't mean no motherfucking harm. He don't mean none of that. He's a genuine person. He's like he remind me of one of my homies. Like, we could just hang out and go to Vegas and just hang out and do shit. You know what I mean? Chefrine has that feel. So go ahead, Chefrine. Let us know about your flashpoint and a little bit about your background. We're gonna get into some stuff.
Man, look. my flashpoint been my whole life, right? I would say I was raised Muslim, so in the black community, I feel like the Muslims was the first conscious community in the black community, right? No matter what form of Islam that you practice, right? The black community always looked at Muslims like they had some type of knowledge, right? Or they respected them to a certain degree, right? Whether they agree with you or not. If they thought you was Muslim, they gave you a little bit of grace, you know what I mean, that you knew some stuff. So, growing up, I've always experienced that. Um, so I would say my father, took me around to all of the different lectures and going to see Dr. Ben and them early. And it was a break from what we learned in the masjid, right? Dr. Ben and them, they and all of that Diop and all of that Afrocentricity and all of that wasn't really that's not really practiced in Islam like that. So, my father had his personal studies outside of the regular Islam. Like he proclaimed his Africanness more than other Muslims did at the time, right? And that was a flashpoint for me because being a Muslim, we didn't talk about our race and stuff as much, right? Probably in the Nation of Islam, they probably did more. But what we did, we ain't talk about race and being African and stuff like that as much. And I think my father started off with the Nation of Islam and then moved to the Moor Science Temple. So he was already, pretty much entrenched in, our situation as African Americans. So I think that led him, even in Orthodox Islam, that led him to, be a big fan of John Henry Clark and all of them, right? My uncles and them, they didn't mess with none of that. So it was like I used to hear them argue, you dig what I'm saying, all of the time about those different things. And you know what I mean? So that's just my flashpoint. I come from a family of, debating and arguing and, trying to get to the information. So that's, I do this with y'all. I do this with Corey. I do this with Chief X. I do this with or Cool. Y'all see me. That's just how I came up, right? So that's what it is.
I feel you.
Can I speak?
Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I actually like what you just said because, well, my parents, like I said, my parents, they come from that first
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I can't hear you good.
Oh, let me mute my mic. I'm sorry.
Yeah. X. All right. There
Yeah, you hear me good? Everybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you well now. Go ahead.
All right, so what Chef just said, I relate to. My father and my mother and father come from that, from the nation. And like I said, the nation turned over to Orthodox Islam. So as a youth, I was trying to get more into the Orthodox Islam, and I used to debate with my father. My father's still he's not a nation person, but he has a black centered, identity. You understand?
Right.
So, when I got on the thing, when I wanted to study and go to those different lands, I was trying to, sometimes we traveling, trying to find something.
Right.
So what I was trying to find, you understand? What I learned over there is what my father was saying was right. Because my father would be like, yo, you American, man. You a black man. You come from this. Yeah, them people, they got your own agenda. You know what I'm saying? They got their own agenda over there.
Right.
And, I did some traveling and, I went on my, the hero's journey, the path of being a man. And it came back to show me a lot of what my father was saying and where he was coming from. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, that's I really like what you were saying, And coming up, my name is Shaka. So
Shaka.
my mother, we were Muslim, but even my mother had got with the Panthers and stuff back in the day. So
Mm.
I was raised blackity black black. So a lot of these people talking are like Johnny come latelys. You know what I'm saying? Because I was raised on that, man. You know, I had to fight for my name. You know what I'm saying? With the Muslim thing, that's why I went. You know, and I wanted to study. You know, because I was trying to be on it hard. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, as we get older, we grow in our wisdom. You know what I'm saying? And seeing the world, man, I would advise all our people to go and entrench
Travel.
themselves in a different culture.
Yeah.
Because when you go outside of what you know and you see something different, you'll be thankful for what you got,
Right.
and you'll know who you are. You know
Definitely.
what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's a
Definitely.
major part we got to do, man. You know,
I would
Egypt.
say that I didn't know nothing about the world until I started traveling because I've been a few places and actually seen people live different cultures. And
Yes,
when you get to actually see people and how they live differently
yes,
outside of America, because America is sort of like a trap. Like
yeah,
you don't cross the water and never really interact with people in other places, you wouldn't really even understand how other
yeah,
people get through life and how they deal with stuff. Like your whole
yeah.
worldview is kind of limited with
That's why.
being in one place. So I agree
That's
with
why a
that.
lot of people see Americans as ignorant and silly, you know. And
Right.
with a lot of stuff I'm seeing online is embarrassing, man.
It's
You
because of what
Negroes don't
comes
know
out of our.
geography. I don't know nothing that's
What'd you
going
say,
on
Corey?
outside.
Our educational system?
Hey,
It's
cool.
it's
So
about
Oh
it's
my
about the
God.
let
things
me
that we
clarify
say.
something. Somebody said these is the two pseudo killers they never seen. A coup and merchant traveler is not considered a pseudo killer. They're just my guests on the panel tonight, and we're going to interview merchant
What you
travelers.
looking at? X the chat?
Yeah, I was looking at the chat,
Oh,
and
I don't even see the chat. The
so
chat will throw you off
yeah,
completely.
also people in the chat and people listening, feel free, and I'd appreciate it if you share the video in your groups on Facebook, Instagram, wherever. Let's get some viewership and share this video, and have a nice discussion tonight. Who was speaking? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. Um, the reason why like my man was saying, it's some of it's embarrassing. We Americans embarrass ourselves, but I was saying it's because of some of the things that we say. It automatically triggers people to think that Americans is ignorant. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's yeah, we don't travel. I don't think majority of Americans is not well traveled.
They left the block.
I
Yeah,
think they
yeah.
did some studies talking about how many like black Americans even have passports, man. It's very low.
Right, like I said,
Oh yeah,
sometimes
Yeah, very low.
we don't really move in general
That's correct.
25 miles from where we were born.
Yeah, you from the block. All you know is the block and your neighborhood.
I was mentioning to Chief X yesterday that there were a lot of figures, even in Islamic history, that were like the first sociologists, like Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Battuta, and they would go and travel and write books about, the things that they experienced. And, they were scholars. And, traveling is very beneficial, man. You see things in people's culture, you know what I mean? That the people there don't even see. And it's like when I go to the hood, even some people here in New York, they only live in a 3-block radius, man.
Right.
They don't go nowhere in their
Yeah, right.
mind. And you, as somebody from outside, could see all the things they're doing and take advantage of it, man. You know, like I left New York when I was very young. I actually I had went upstate, I had went down south. So I had it really made me rounded to get out of that my
Right.
element and
Right.
see different things and see how different people think, you
Mhm.
know? Just like I'm seeing in the chat, they're talking about Egyptian food. They're talking about Aish, Koshari, you know what I mean? Munukia. Uh Egypt, man. I like Egypt. Well,
Hey,
He
real
really
quick,
is
Cube,
hilarious.
Cube,
Go ahead.
he's just the fins. Cube, I couldn't figure it out, but I'm gonna go ahead and
Get Cube on.
I'm gonna go ahead and forgive Cube, and we start over, right? Cause I one day I heard Cube talking greasy about me on somebody else's
You've been
channel.
blocked everywhere though.
He was over
Yeah,
on Garfield's
Oh,
channel
cool
talking
though.
greasy
Cube been
about
that's
with
me
us
one
far
for a
day.
from
long
Hold
cool.
on, a
time.
second. He was over on Garfield's channel talking greasy about me one day. Man, I'm telling you, look at I'm gonna forgive you, Q. But let me let you know, bro. I don't mean no, just to anybody listen. I don't mean no harm to nobody. I'm a kind guy. I'm a gent. I'm a nice fella. You know what I mean? So people have an issue with me mainly because for years I've went at teachers and people they respect, right? And I consider myself a pseudo hunter. And it's a lot of stuff I debunk that people believe, especially on social media like Facebook. A lot of the females, when I used to go into talking about kundalinis and chakras and be talking about all that shit is Hindu, or they used to get attitudes, and that shit kind of spread. But my only intent was to correct a lot of misinformation. That's all. I
Hey,
don't
let
mean
me
no
say
harm.
something, Chief.
You know what I mean? So that's just my get down. So Chief X is a cool cat. I don't mean no harm to nobody. I have no bad intent. I don't owe nobody no money. Everybody gets their products they order. I mean, it's all good and well. I mean, you can dislike my voice. I don't give a shit, but whatever. All right, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say, man, like somebody in the chat said, I'm not a pseudo killer and this and that. For the most part, you guys that are saying that I'm not a pseudo killer haven't even been watching pseudo killers. So you wouldn't actually know who's a pseudo killer. So I want to put that out there first. Secondly, for me, it's not, I don't attack nobody in their beliefs. For me, I don't give a shit what you believe. It's when your beliefs become dangerous to the greater population. It's when I say, all right, I'm gonna get on here and say something. I don't give a fuck what you believe. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but don't project your beliefs as knowledge because you're gonna be challenged. There's nothing wrong with being challenged. Look, we get better by being challenged. That's how we get better. So there's nothing wrong with being challenged. You may not like the approach, but shit, everybody don't got the same approach. Everybody's not the same. Everybody don't do the things they think the same way, right? And there's more than one way to be African. So y'all gonna have problems with that too, right? Because some of the problems that a lot of these guys have with is Africans all look the same. And I've been paying attention to a lot of comments and stuff that people have been saying, and that's what it really is based on. That they in one arena they want to say Africans made everybody, right? But in another arena they want to say no, we don't like the diversity that's in Africa. The only way to understand biodiversity is through African evolution. You can't understand how people are who they are without understanding evolution. So if you got a problem with that, you're going to have a problem all around. You get what I'm saying? So it's not somebody trying to be a pseudo killer. It's just the claims that you make are ridiculous. Okay? And they're really easy, right, to beat up. Wikipedia, you say, don't use Wikipedia. It could be edited. Wikipedia beating up most of y'all claims.
Wikipedia is I ain't seen nobody get past Wikipedia yet. I ain't seen nobody get past Wikipedia yet.
Right. Hey, 2022 Wikipedia is great. People be thinking about 1999 Wikipedia. It gets better with time. So we have the pseudo killer here, Sheffreen and Corey. So just real briefly, both of y'all just speak on what is a pseudo killer's goals? What the fuck do y'all do? What's y'all intent? Are y'all here to just destroy falsehoods? What's up with y'all, man? Go ahead.
They're gonna do it.
Chef, you want to take it or what?
No, who are the members of the pseudo killers? Can we know who are pseudo killers first?
Oh man,
we do it like that?
it's quite a few, man, and me, I don't want to make nobody mad and leave nobody out, right? But it's a few, it's quite a few. I'm gonna say like the main group. We got an iPhone group, and everybody on that iPhone group is pretty much the main group. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I hope, and I think everybody on there, I think it's like Sosa, Brendan,
Okay.
Kent, Vance,
Right.
me, Sheffrin.
Okay.
You know what I
Hold
mean?
on, Corey. Hold on, Corey.
That's good. That's good.
Hold on, Corey and the cool. I have to put somebody on blast. Bro, I got love for you, but I gotta put you on blast. Sosa, it's okay to come on my panel.
That's my man. Bring Sosa on. That's
Sosa
my man.
said,
Bring
Sosa told
on.
me, I called Sosa personally, called him.
Bring him on.
He said he don't want to cause no rift.
Between
So
who?
basically he was saying Ankh didn't give him permission.
What?
Basically, that's what he said. He didn't want to piss off Ankh, so he didn't want to come on the panel. But I just want to let you know, Sosa, you're welcome on the panel, bro, and it's okay.
So hold on.
Hold on, cool. We are grown. Hold on, cool. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. So we are.
Shit.
Let me just say, I'm just getting a sentence out. We are grown men, and none of us need to be scared of each other or anyone. If I want to choose to go on somebody's panel, goddammit, that's what I'm gonna do. Sheffrin, Corey, or Cool can't stop me from doing a motherfucking thing. Y'all gotta get some balls and a backbone and do your thing. It's okay. Okay, it's okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking if that is what type of hierarchy is what y'all got going on, because it can't be if Chef and Corey's here. So nobody ain't telling nobody what they can do. We grown men, so no, I don't. That didn't even make no. But I'm gonna leave it alone because it sounds like there's some masonry going on in there. Like you can't say this and don't go on. We can't bring him on.
No, that ain't what it is.
Okay.
You know, since y'all brought it up,
Yeah,
right?
do it
Then we're gonna move on to the
Okay.
topic. But just to defend Sosa, right? Some people, right, still have their street mentality, right? So it would be more like, okay, Chief, I'm cool with you, but my man ain't cool with you. And I don't know how that'll look. So until y'all clear that up, I'ma stay out the way. And to me, that's respectable, right? To me, that's respectable. You know what I mean? Because he's saying basically, he's saying basically, my man got an issue. You and my man got an issue, right?
Oh, you're talking about Ankh and Chief.
Yeah. So
Okay,
so I don't get in the middle of that shit. You dig what I'm saying? Or have my man feel in a certain type of way, right? I'm gonna stay out the way until y'all figure that shit out. That's basically what he's saying.
Chef, can I say something to you though?
Go ahead.
I see you and Corey. I don't know what y'all do behind closed doors, but I see y'all have disagreements, and I see it get heated on y'all own channel.
Yeah, definitely.
So we got to get to a level of maturity where we all can get our points out. Okay? Because what happens is it looks like there's a charade going on. Like people are trying to support this Black Egypt notion, and it's creating bad friendships between y'all. This is what it looks like. I'm telling you, look, I'm a supporter of Pseudo Killa. Okay? So I'm telling you because you don't know what you look like until you look in the mirror, right?
So Egypt is causing the rift.
Right?
It's always Egypt, right?
Has been causing a rift for more than a year now, right? And it seems like the closer we get to get to the scholastic part of it is when we get into the name calling, the ad hominems, right? And the misinterpretation of what the topic is. And I think all of that has created a rift. So I think it's better for us to just all sit down, right? And have a man discussion. Yeah, that's real manhood. Where we ain't got to hide nothing. Because, look, is it for the people or is it for our own personal gain? If it's for the people, then we should just do it for the people, right? Just show what's going on. What is the disagreements within the cliques too? Because there's disagreements within the cliques too. That's causing a rift, and it's messing it up for the greater community. Because look, there's a lot of information that people are gathering that don't know nothing about this from watching our channel. So when they see people argue and that type of stuff, they can see through that, right? Like we see there's a new Pseudo Killas channel. There's a new the Discord was shut down. We need y'all to make a video on what really happened, right?
Right? Discord, I missed that.
Okay? Look, I'm not going to do the bullshit with y'all. I'm just going straight out and tell y'all how it
What happened, Chef? I ain't know
the outside
was shut down.
Okay, let's go. Let's get this out and then
I don't think the Discord. Remember when what's the name had deleted all our stuff out of the Discord? What's his name? Fitz. Fitz made a mistake and deleted all of our information and books and stuff out of the Discord server. So our Discord server took a hit. And we're trying to rebuild it now. There's nothing in there but us talking, because Fitz pretty much got us out of there.
Hey, Chef Ron, I thought somebody got me out of there. I was in there under the name Willie, low key. I said they found out about me and shut me down. That's why I ain't getting no more notifications.
Yeah, I had no idea about that. I had no idea about all of that.
Hey,
anyway.
You know what I think is funny though, Chef? I'm gonna mention this on this panel because we transparent, we grown men, right? So I just want to mention this, right? I remember the video where y'all did, right, where Corey took the blow for you doing something before with that, right? It was something with somebody removed my shit and Corey took the blow for it.
I always take the blow for Sheffrin. Right? Sheffrin always looking at me.
It was a few times when the Pseudo Killas was looking like kids. Like, who did it? And all the kids is like looking around.
I just wanted to say that live so y'all can get back at me.
I just stood in front of so many bullets for Sheffrin.
I swear to God. It just reminded me of that shit, Chef. I was like, hey, did it again. Somebody done fucked up somebody's shit again.
Yeah, me and Corey take the most blows over there, right? Because not that we are the only ones that think like we think, but since we're always on the panel, right, and we gonna take the blows for, you know what I mean? But for the most part, we all pretty much, have around the same disagreements with information. Okay. So for me and Corey, we gonna be the only ones that really get into the argument over the shit. And then when we get mad, we gonna go all the way with it.
We're gonna jump out the window.
Just to let people know, we can move on. We can move on from this.
Oh, that's great though. That we talking about that.
Just to let people know, and we can move on from any beef conversations. But I did when I went to Atlanta. Not the last time, but about a year, 3 months ago, I went to Atlanta, and I tried to make it up with Ankh. I hit him up and invited him out for dinner. I was gonna pay for his dinner and everything. It was gonna be me, Ankh, and Montoya, because me, Ankh, and Montoya had dinner before together 5 years ago in Atlanta, right? So I was gonna take him out to dinner. I hit him up. He just didn't respond. So I did attempt to make it up, you know what I mean, and kill the noise and all that kind of shit. I did make that attempt as a man, but it didn't go down, so I left it alone.
Right. So,
Hey, Gullah Geechee, what's up, bro? How you doing?
OG Gullah.
Gullah,
What's good with
what
it?
up?
What's good with it, bro?
We good with you, man.
Man, just chilling, man. Just kick it back, listen to the. I had a few things that I had to jump off for a little minute. Had a couple things to do. Shit, but shit, what's up?
Hey, Gullah Geechee, you came in late, so you gotta give a highlight first. How you came in the conscious community and all that. You gotta get that first. Because we all
I
did
can't
that.
even hear you. Your mic echoing. I can't even hear you.
My bad. Let me mute my mic. That was me. My bad. Hold on. Go ahead.
Hey, Gullah, I was saying everybody when they came on the panel, they kind of explained how they came into consciousness. So you might want to do that because you kind of came on a little bit late, and everybody kind of like talked about how they came into the conscious community and what they was learning and how they, how they got it.
Oh yeah, man. I never was really only thing I can say for us the quote unquote conscious community that I was introduced to was the Amara Squad. And only because they was into science. I never was into the conscious community. I always looked at like Sonetta and all that shit as a circus type shit. I ain't never was like really with no conscious community type situation. I always came from a scholarly perspective. I was even in school when I first started communicating with Amara Squad and Gozi. I was going to school for anthropology. I ain't finished, but you know what I'm saying, because I got to do real. I had to get a real job and take up a real trade type shit. So, but I still always was an enthusiast of anthropology, science, and genetics and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? But like, I always knew like for us, like I didn't even never looked at like John Henry Clark or people like that as a conscious in the conscious community. But I always looked at like the shit after that was kind of clownish and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Who
People
that? John Henry Clark?
Yeah, I mean, I followed John Henry Clark just because I was into Malcolm X. My granddaddy was into Malcolm X like that, so I always knew about John Henry Clark. And but other than that, you know what I'm saying, I never was like into Dr. Ben and none of the other people, you know what I'm saying.
Okay,
I always looked at this shit as kind of pseudo to me, you know what I'm saying. My perspective.
That's
and just to keep it real, right? See, I've been in the community since '92. It's always been strictly about history in the conscious community. So I'm not a hater. I know how to give props where props are due. When the conscious community started talking about science and different things, Amin Ra Squad started that. Nobody was ever talking about science in the conscious community, in the entire conscious community, until Amin Ra, especially when Ngozi came in, Gullah. That's when science broke out. People started studying other fields of interest. We started talking about genetics, archaeology, anthropology, and these were things that we never spoke about in the conscious community until Amin Ra Squad jumped off, and then we just start focusing on science and the scientific method, and things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah, because I remember too, like even when we first started coming around, like we had to pull Uncle to the evolution shit, like me and Goes. He was like, we ain't come from no monkeys and none of that shit. Yeah, we had to kind of like break the shit down to for him to actually get the shit. I remember his transition to, you know what I'm saying, getting deep into science too when I first started coming around.
I remember from the Black Atheist of Atlanta show when he was with Black Kush and Black Sun and that, man. Like I've been following for a long time. Like,
a long time, bro. I was following when he used to have that sit in that chair and be doing them that scholarship on Christianity was his thing.
Yeah,
I used to, from the beginning, and then Blog Talk. I was always there.
Ankh a good brother. I learned a lot about evolution from Ankh. Just studying the topic and then coming back to what Ankh was talking about. I was like, this brother know what he was talking about. I think he's a good brother. I think he's always been a good brother. I've never had a problem with Ankh. I think my problem with Ankh is that I fuck with you, Chief X. That's what I think.
See, I can sit here and be mature. I can sit here and be mature. I don't have to sit here and insult Ankh and do all that stuff like he'll do to me. We have a panel, so we on a panel. Now, if I'm by myself and I'm just doing my thing and I'm in my own passion mode, yeah, I talk crazy. But on the panel, I don't do all that shit when I'm with another group of people.
Hey, I think we all have something right to add to it, because we might take it for a joke, but we making history, man. And you might think it's what we doing is a joke, but we'll be able to look back 20 years from now and look at this and be like, look at all the shit we was talking about. Look at the information, right? So it's that, man. It's within the time conundrum, right? You got to look back at times when you was in this way, and now you're here, right?
Mhm.
That's all it is, man. It's all about growth, man. It's not about who's right or who's wrong or personal gain or clout chasing. It ain't about none of that. It's about
Man,
Love to
look,
grow.
I seen Chief X posted he played a video from this African guy talking about Afrocentricity in Egypt. And I mean, that video, man, was so good, man.
powerful.
I sat at work all day and watched that video because it came across my timeline.
Yeah,
I guess because watching Chief X video.
yeah.
So it came across my timeline, man, and I just watched that at work. I put it in my headphone and I listened. I really didn't even look at the imagery as much because the guy was showing a lot of imagery. So I just had my headphones in and I was just listening to him talk about how the modern Egyptians are the ancient Egyptians, right? And he was showing the cultural continuity from ancient time to now. Like we a lot of stuff that we was taught by the teachers in the conscious community is that their culture is gone. Like they just completely took on Arabic culture. And that's not true.
Right.
Because you don't know the nuances, right? Or what they do in that society. That's like saying you can go to Senegal and just because that's an Islamic state, that they don't have no traditional Senegalese culture there.
Right.
That would be absolutely ridiculous, right? But we say that about North Africa, right? Where they have multitudes of their culture just because Islam and the Arab language blanketed it, right? On
Right.
I would say on the surface level. Underneath it, right? The foods, you know what I mean? The practices and all of those different things is still the underbelly of the culture. It's just like with African Americans, right? I could be a Muslim, right? But my basic culture is still going to be African American culture. Underneath it, you might see me rocking the bed like my man. You dig what I'm saying? Merchant traveler. Yeah, but look at this shirt. You dig what I'm saying? Look at his glasses. You look like Rick Ross. You know?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So when dude broke that shit down, I was able to see it. So well, I said, man, that was a good video that African brother did, showing the cultural continuity
That shit was.
between the ancient Egyptians and the modern Egyptians, and how they were the same people.
That
I
shit was
mentioned that to
fire.
him yesterday too.
Let me. That shit was fire, Chef. I'm
Yeah,
telling
it
you.
was.
He got two of them videos. Like they both 3 hours long. I was gonna play the other one, but it just was too fucking long.
Yeah, you talking
I
about
need
Jamal?
Reggie to see that. I need
Jamal.
Brother Reggie to see that.
Yeah,
So
that's
check this out. So check this out, y'all.
Reggie.
So we have Brother Merchant Traveler with us. He's been all over the place. He's visited West Africa, Central Africa, and lived
East Africa.
East Africa, my bad.
Yeah.
East Africa, and lived in Egypt, right? So this is my question for you, Merchant Traveler. We spoke on the phone yesterday, and you told me when you was in Egypt, living in Egypt, you stood out. Like you stood out like a sore thumb, right?
Like a sore thumb.
So I've always told people, because I remember we was on Pseudo Killas, and I was on the panel this day, and we was talking about the makeup of Egypt, and we showed stats that it's 97% Egyptians or North African. The other 3% is other ethnic groups, right? So like groups like the Nubians. I don't know if Coptics would be considered an ethnic group. No.
No, that's it. The people in general are Coptic. You know,
Okay,
but
so
people who are
so
Christian kept the
Hey,
name
hey,
Papa.
right, so here, so here's the question, right? So tell the people why you say you stood out, because I always tell people, if you go to Egypt and like people don't, if you see, you might see 1,000 people, then you'll see one black person. You'll see 1,000 people, then you'll see a black person. It's not a lot of us over there.
No,
And I don't know why people who go there come back to America fronting like it was just so and that's why Jabari when he was having a discussion the other day, like 2 days ago, he was talking about his trip to Egypt when he was on Sunday. He talked about his trip to Egypt, and then he talked about his trip to Ghana. When he talked about Egypt, he just was like whatever. But when he talked about Ghana, the first thing came out of his mouth was, "It was nothing but my people there."
yes,
Nothing but my people. And he got excited when he was saying it. He knows when he's in Egypt, he don't see our people. We got to be real about that, right? So, like when in every area, every region that was colonized, half of West Central Africa was chopped up and divvied up by Europeans and European nations and shit like that. All those people who were colonized are still there.
exactly.
They never disappeared. All them Ghana. When I went to Ghana, I seen none but black. I didn't even see any white folk, especially when I went inland. It's all black. Nigeria, all black. So Egypt isn't that way,
No,
and it's not that way for a reason. So why did you stand out like a sore thumb, merchant traveler?
first of all,
Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm about 6'4". I'm a bald black man with a beard. You know, one thing I was saying too,
You'll
when I
stand out
look,
in Ghana being 6'4". But go ahead.
nah, I said no. When I wasn't
Corey,
in
you funny
Ghana,
you say that because I felt like I was average in Ghana. If people were shorter than me,
Yeah,
Black
yeah.
Americans are bigger than Ghanaians.
black Americans
Yeah,
are big,
yeah,
big
we are.
people everywhere. But when I was in Senegal and I went to Gambia, them Mandinko dudes, I was like, yeah,
Yeah,
these are people. You know what I'm saying? I see
there's
some
some
big.
big dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, when I was there, it was like, what tribe are you from? You know, they didn't even say American. So, but when I was in Egyptians are some funny people. Every day, Intiminin. Where are you from? Where are you from? What are you? They just cut. They used to sit looking. What the hell are you doing here? That's the attitude. You know what I'm saying? Just big walking around Egypt. You know, because we don't, like I say, we don't travel. You know what I'm saying? So you know, not only have I been to Egypt, I've been to other parts of the Arab world. You know, the what's the Jazeera del
I
Arab?
seen that picture of you sitting up with somebody who looked like a sheik.
Yeah, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. That's the Arabian Peninsula. And to the people in the Arabian Peninsula, Egyptians are Africans. They see Egyptians as Africans. Their language is Egyptian. I was in the Arabian Peninsula saying some Egyptian stuff, and they was like, "What? You understand what I'm saying?" Because their language comes from a lot of the Egyptian words, some of the stuff they use comes from the old Egyptian language. And another thing is this: the the top of
When
Egypt
you
is
say, are you talking about like Saudi Arabia and
Saudi
Iran?
Arabia,
Okay, go
Kuwait.
ahead.
That's the Gulf. You know, we gotta learn. We gotta learn about, like Chief X mentions. Everybody get him a globe. You see what's behind me? A globe. Our people gotta look at the globe. Look at a map. Yo, when I went to Kuwait from Egypt, it was just an hour away. It was right there. You understand what I'm saying? And it's to the also to the point,
All the
right?
big cities.
When I went to West Africa, the climate, the food, the body type of the people is totally different for what I experienced in Egypt. You know, even when you look on at those hieroglyphs, I got some time to go down, you know, to all of the temples. A lot of people that travel to Egypt go there like tourists. You know what I'm saying? They don't really get the real experience. And I was able to go and look at the temples and everything, chop it up with the people. Like in the chat room, they was talking about the food. A lot of the stuff a lot of the food, like they eat a lot of ish. What's ish is like khubz and fusa. Ish is the bread, right?
The bread,
And they eat
Yeah,
tamia,
yeah, that
which is
flatbread.
that
falafel.
pita bread.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
Mediterranean food. When I was
yeah.
in
What?
Alexandria,
Pita bread.
I
yes, when
told
I was
y'all.
in Alexandria, I was right by the Mediterranean Sea. It's agami. You understand what I'm saying? That's right by the
Pause,
Mediterranean.
pause, pause, pause. So you were in the cities of Alexandria and Cairo?
Yeah.
That's where like 90% of the Egyptians
Most of
be.
the people, when you go, most of the people live along the Nile. You know what I mean? They have an area in Egypt. They call it the Reef. That's when the small village people they live along that that green region, the Nile. That's where
Woo!
most of the people are.
He
You know what
going
I mean?
in. He going in. He
So
was there.
yeah, I was there. I
Hey,
spent some time in
also,
the.
I need you to speak. Did you ever go to Nubian village? The Nubian village?
I never really. There wasn't too many new. You see a Nubian here and there. It wasn't too many. I never really been around the Nubian.
You ever been to Luxor?
Yeah, Luxor. I've been to Luxor. I went down to Karnak. I went to Karnak too. I got pictures and everything too.
I
And
got a
you'll
question
see
for you, Merchant
on the
Traveler.
wall.
I got a question for you, real quick. I got a question for you, Merchant. When the Egyptians saw you in Egypt, what did they identify you as?
Zinji.
Huh?
Zinji. Zinji means nigga. But I'm going to say they will call you Enteminane. And they'll be like, I'll be like, I'm an American. I'm American. Janub America? South
Oh,
America?
so they know you're African American.
No. They believe.
They thought you were Nubian.
Sometimes they believe in Egypt. Everybody south from the south, everybody who's black is from the south. They
Okay,
don't want
got
to
you.
believe that
Wow.
Americans are
See,
black.
that's what I want to know. Yeah.
That's a
They don't want
dagger.
to believe that Americans are
Dagger.
black. So with their cognitive dissonance, they would say, "Oh, he's from South America."
What's the
I'm
word
from
though?
South.
Yeah,
What's the word again? What's the word again that you said?
like you from
Zinji.
Brazil or something. They think you from
Zinji means
Brazil.
nigga in Arabic.
Zinji. What?
Zinji, yeah. Zinji means
Dagger.
nigga. Well, I mean, actually, I was in a place in East Africa called Zanzibar, and
Oh,
they
that's what
call
you said it was.
the land of the Zanuj, is the land of the, they,
Of
I
the
think,
blacks.
yeah, blacks. Or also, see, one thing you'll know about the Arab world,
Hold on, Corey and Chevron, feel free to interrogate the brother.
yeah, one thing we know about the Arab world, and this is how we know Egypt and North Africa is not Black Africa. They
Okay.
even called West Africa Bilad al-Sudan. That's the land of the Sudan, is the land of the blacks.
Wait a minute. Pause. That's
Go back. Go
powerful.
back.
That's Corey. Did you hear what he said?
Right? Yeah.
Repeat that again and make it
Bilad
clear.
al-Sudan
Land
is
of
the land
darkness.
of the blacks.
Yeah.
So when they
Yeah.
mention everything south of Morocco, they used to call it Sudan. Like Senegal, Gambia, all of those people are the land of the blacks. Sudan is called the land of the blacks, even though they are admixed Africans, though.
Mhm.
But Sudan, it was pretty much
Yeah.
a black country. Even the Nubians, if you will see them, they're like curly head. You know what I'm saying? Some of the Nubians, I've seen some Nubians they have there, but it wasn't much, man.
This
No,
is a
because
Totally
people in the conscious community are calling those Nubians down by Aswan Egyptian. They're not.
no. The only thing that connects them to Egyptians is because they mix with them Cushitic groups that's near the Red Sea, and they also Afro-Asiatic speakers that relate. They related to the Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? Through genetic marker, but the Egyptians got way more back Eurasian admixture more so than they do. But
You
they
know what?
mix too. You know, so they just
Well,
have
you
a
know
whole.
the border,
So, look,
the Egyptians conquered that area too, and then the Nubians take it back over. So it's constant fluctuation in that area. So obviously you'd have some type of mixture, I mean,
Yeah,
between the Egyptians.
especially in Lower Nubia and southern Egypt. You know what I'm
Southern
saying?
Egypt had a whole different vibe, you know. When you get to
Yeah.
Southern Egypt, it's a little bit more smoother, a little bit more calmer. Let me tell y'all about Sudanese. I had a lot of dealings with Sudanese here in America. Sudanese is night and day from Egyptians. Sudanese is laid back. Even the way they recite the Quran, the way they talk, they're very smooth and calm. Egyptians are Mediterranean. They loud, they boisterous. You know what I'm saying? They're totally, you know, they different people, you know?
They get ghetto sometimes.
Yeah, they're very. You wake up in the morning, they be like, hey. I'm like, oh my God, shut up. Hey up, hey up.
So, merchant traveler,
Yeah.
being in Egypt, being there as long as you were there, did you get any inclining of Egyptian culture coming from the South?
Nah. It's all matter. It's matter. They their own people, you know? And this
Say, no, I think you was about to say Mediterranean. Were you gonna say that?
yeah, they like all right, so in Egypt, Misr, right? Like if you're in Cairo or even you will go down into the south, you know what I mean? Or you will go what I said, they have a lot of farmland going through the country. That's what they call the reef. And the people are a little bit more calmer in the small farm parts compared to how they are in the big city, you know. They might be a little bit warmer and stuff like that. But if you would go even in those parts, you'll see people with red hair. You know what I'm
Where
saying?
at? In what part? In Sudan?
Like if you would go, no, not in Sudan. Like
in Lower Egypt.
even like if you would go along the Nile, like I was in a city called Demen Hor. That's the city of Horus. Y'all can look that up.
Okay.
You know, ain't no black people there. And you'll see some of the people that are farmers. Some of them like got red hair. You know what I'm saying? They got different. Egypt has a lot of different looking people. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of the people, they're not black. You know what
When
I mean?
you say different looking people, you're talking about different
Like
tones,
features.
different tones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They from that
Even
region.
the indigenous aspect of them, the Afroasiatic groups like that, where they got the E3B marker, that shit was very distinct from other groups of Africans in the East. You know what I'm saying? That Amadic component that they got. You know what I'm saying? That they share with foreign Africans. You know, so like the Ethiopians, all them groups. You know what I'm saying? That's in the East. All them dudes been very distinct since 30,000 years, mixing with basil raisins and shit back and forth. You know what I'm saying? For a long
Hey,
fucking time.
Gullah,
Can I
wanna
mention
ask
something
you a
real quick?
question.
I don't want to lose this
Hold on a
thought.
second. I gotta ask Gullah a question real quick. I keep hearing this term Basil Eurasians being thrown around. Can you explain to us what a Basil Eurasian is?
A basal Eurasian would have been groups, the early groups that migrated out of Africa, you know what I'm saying, and adapted in Asia. They probably the ones that would have in the mix with the Amadic groups or the proto-Amadic groups in East Africa would have looked something like Vidoids, like people in India.
Well, I think
They
to
would
make
have
it
been
to make it clear,
they
when
would
they
have
say
been
basil, it kind of means just like the prototype, the base prototype kind. That's what it means.
yeah, the base like more base mean like closest to the original type.
Okay, and did those people bring back things back in? Was there a bottleneck like fusion when they left and came back? Did they
Yeah,
bring
but
back?
they brought in like markers like M1, U6, shit like that. But they was like they wasn't even light. They wasn't super light skinned. They wasn't like dark. They wasn't as dark as like a Nigerian, but they was like put you in the mind of like Dravidian type people. You know what I'm
Right, but
saying?
I'm not an expert, but I know that from my research, U6 haplogroups have been there for at least 30 to 40,000 years.
Yeah,
And
it's been there so long that it even got
hold on,
yeah.
Bella. Those people that I'm talking about have had the same phenotype as long as they've been there. So
Which ones you talking about?
I'm talking about the people that first were in Egypt. I'm not trying to go back as far as like early inhabitants. I'm talking about
No,
as
them
far
people,
as
the earliest people that was the earliest people that was there would have had the Maghribi marker. They would have been curly haired, not kinky haired at all, but would look more like Dravidians or some like Somalian type people with people with aquiline, gracile features with curly, long type hair. But then when the SLC 45 started kicking in the East, more Eurasians start mixing in, that's when
You
it
you
started
re-
getting
you
super
you,
light.
re- you remember your merchant traveler? Do you remember your point?
I want to make this point. Outside of America, we have this like lookism thing. People are in other cultures are very proud of their tribe. They don't really have like black, white features. Their main thing is the tribe, and they want
Can
to
you put the
carry
mic closer
on.
to you?
You can hear me?
I just want you to put the mic closer.
Yeah.
you
As far as
got
with mixing
echo.
with different people, that's something that a lot of people. It's
That
not
echo,
really.
we can
Yo,
fix your echo.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, as far as with people go by tribes in other cultures, it's not really, this feature type of thing in black and white. You understand? And another thing is through history, even with Arabs, people have arranged marriages. They try to keep their blood pure. So somebody coming and taking over the establishment of your country is not going to change the phenotype of the whole population of the people there. People even in Egypt to this point now, they don't really believe in mixing with outside people, and you understand what I'm saying? That's something new that we have in our culture.
So merchant,
People marry their cousins.
that means the 4,000 travelers, Muslim travelers that came over there and invaded the Egyptian population, they wouldn't have been able to overpopulate the Egyptian population to depopulate the black population that they say was there. That wouldn't have been able to happen.
Yeah, that's absurd. And then people don't.
The Coptics don't sleep with Muslims.
No,
Generally,
they're tight. You'll find even with tribes and certain tribes, you don't even know the difference. They be like, we don't marry from them. You understand what I'm saying? It's still like that in a lot of these countries. And another thing with that invasion thing, the Arabs, the people from the peninsula were a very small number compared to people in Egypt, in places like Egypt. Egypt, even now, is one of the most populous places in the Arab world. You know what I'm saying? They didn't go and repopulate Egypt. That's absurd.
Just for clarity, my stream says it only allows 6 people, so I can't add outside the queue. It won't allow me to. It says the studio is limited to 6 people on screen. Please remove someone before adding another. So I can't.
What's the stream that y'all be using, Chef? That where everybody can go on there. Zoom.
Zoom. Yeah, we use Zoom.
Go over back to Zoom or something like that, where everybody can get in.
Next time I'll do Zoom, but I don't even really like too many people. Just 6 people is fine. You know what I mean?
I think we need to start limiting the panelists, right? just to calm it down a bit. But I like what my man's saying because and I apologize for not having my camera on. I'm in the garage. You know what I'm saying? The wife don't allow no smoke in the house. You know what I'm saying? But I feel what he's saying though, as far as that, because it goes to what I normally say on a pseudo killers. When we Chef, you got to mute out.
Chef, you on there with your dog and shit.
What I normally say,
that ghetto pit bull he got.
What I normally say on the pseudo killers is these people live in a region, right? And this and when you're talking about a region, then you're talking about a group of people, and then that's what when we look at these genetic studies and things like that, I think that goes to what they're saying in the genetic studies, because they're talking about populations, right? And my man's and what he's saying is, you know, these ain't invaders. This population, this has been this same population of people. And and I even watched that video that Sheffrin was talking about earlier too, that you shared the other day, Chief X. Uh, I went and watched it on my own too, and I mean the things that they still the trades have been passed down. Like you can see, like me being a tradesman myself, like you can actually see that those trades that they making these stellies or whatever. These
Oh,
vases.
you was paying attention, Corey, huh? Go ahead.
Right. Yeah.
Listen,
And because I'm a tradesman, and that always touches me, when I see other tradesmen doing they work. But you can tell that this was passed down. This was not something that you just pick up. This is something that has to be given to you. You know what I'm saying? In order to be, you can learn it. Anybody can learn. But in order to do it at the scale and the precision and the skill that they doing it at, and they doing this not with machinery. They were showing these people doing this by hand. You know what I'm saying? Like this is something that was passed on from their ancestors, and they still doing it today. And they even look like, it's so crazy because they look like the people on the wall doing the shit. You know what I mean?
Just for the audience, if you didn't see that video, I have titled "Will the Real Egyptians Stand Up?" It was 2 days ago, I think. I did it. That shit was fire, and you
Can I
can
say
see
so?
it. And if anybody still think Egyptians is black after that, then they just lying or they have bad comprehension. They just in their feelings.
When I was in Egypt, I saw Egyptians breaking wood with sandals on. I was like, good Lord. They was doing
Right.
structure work with sandals. That
Yeah.
killed
they
me.
still doing it.
Still
With
doing it.
sandals on, man.
They still doing it.
Man.
You can go to any, but that's the thing. You can go to any country in the world, and you can see the people still there practicing their ancient cultures the same way that their ancestors did. You can go to Ghana, you can go to Gambia, you can go to any country in the world. You can go to Scandinavia. You can go to any country right here in America. You can look at the Native Americans.
I've never seen nobody make all that papyrus except them.
Yeah.
Right. The papyrus, they still making it the same way that their ancestors made it. You know what I mean? And they, like I said, they even look like their ancestors.
When I went into them temples and I saw the body type of the people, I was like, I still had some pseudo stuff in my bones, and I'm like, nah, this ain't, the noses. They got that weak argument about shooting the noses.
Mm-hmm.
I went in them temples and I looked at the nose. I said, that nose, that facial makeup, it's not us.
European morphology.
Yeah, it's not us,
No.
And a lot of people usually.
And I think the problem is when you say Caucasoid in the black community, they assume that means white. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, but like like I was gonna say, when I went in the temples and just being there, man. No, I seen that it's not us. The food they eat, you know what I'm saying? Their language, everything, it's, and then you come to a point as you get older and you mature from traveling where you see you need to be concentrated on things that matter. The Egyptians, that old religion is dead. You know what I'm saying? That's something in the past. And even with Nubians aren't our people. I found black people in the Arabian Peninsula, right? You think I could go and marry their women and hang out with them like I'm one of them because I'm black? That's not. They be like, you're not our people.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, everybody clustered together, so we know who we are.
Yeah, we got a different.
Americans got to understand that even when you say you're African, you're dealing with genetics. But as far as culture, you don't eat no African food. You don't wear African clothes. You don't know 5 Africans. They don't come by your house, right?
Yeah.
Right. You get what I'm saying? So.
And we're more individualistic in our culture. We're a little bit more free thinking too.
Right.
And you know, me traveling over there and spending time, I got to really learn how American, we are.
American
and be
you are.
Yeah, and be thankful.
Hey, Chef Ron, are you still there? Corey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So I want Chef Ron and Corey to answer this question. Well, it's not a question. It's just what you feel about this, right? So I did a poll on my YouTube page. Now, mind you, is Gully need to let him in? What happened, Gully? You fell out?
Nah, you back in.
Okay, so I did a poll on my YouTube, and my YouTube is not like dedicated followers. I just have miscellaneous YouTube followers, right? So I did a poll. Are the do you guys think the Egyptians are black or non-black? 65% said non-black, right? This was about 3 months ago. Now, you have to understand, if I had done that poll 2 years ago, 90% would have said black. The conscious community is changing a bit with new information. Don't you think so, Corey and Chef Ron?
Yeah. I think we've I think we are seeing a little bit of change in the conscious community. I think we're seeing not so much the the straight up gung ho blackology no more. I think people kind of take a step back.
X, you got to remember to do it.
Oh, my bad. I'm muting myself. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. I think people kind of taking a step back a little bit from the total blackology, and I think I don't want to pull my own chain or nothing, but I think the Pseudo Killas might have a little bit to do with that,
Yeah, toot your horn, bro.
We just and the thing is so many of us. You got Sosa, who is knowledgeable in so many different areas. I mean, you bring up a subject, Sosa probably have some type of information on it. You know what I'm saying? And he goes on different panels. I go on different panels. Chef and Brother we all going on these different panels, and I think that we kind of leaving behind a little bit of residue of that free thinking residue, and allows people to go back. They may not and even on our panel, I may say some things, and some of the Pseudo Killas might be like, man, no, I can't roll with you on that. But later on, when you think about it, you know what I'm saying, you might say, well, maybe let me see what he was saying with that, and maybe I can roll with that a little bit. I think we plant a lot of those seeds, and that's my whole thing, man. I'm cool with just planting a couple seeds and making a couple people think about some of those things. You know what I'm saying? If I can have an impact in that way, I think that's my purpose is being served. In that way.
Gullah, you want to piggyback off there, and then Aku piggyback off that. Do you think it's a new younger generation that's coming in, and pseudoism is blowing up, but this older conscious community generation, do you think we're changing? And what do you think, Gullah and Aku?
Man, me honestly, I'm gonna say I don't know, man, because when I go on Clubhouse, it's like it's getting more extreme. You hear a lot of young people just talk about a lot of pseudo bullshit off of what they heard. Like you got these hidden color babies and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's going on with the popular shit that's going on in the popular culture. Because, you know, like even like Breakfast Club, they bring on a lot of pseudo people and shit. And I don't know, like the average, you know, Joe, you know what I'm saying, people, they kind of, they not even really scientific literate like that, unless they actually going to school, you know, stuff like that.
I'm gonna just come on right out on that and say, no, we're not moving forward. No, we're not moving forward at all. Chief, let's get through that for a minute. I'm hearing myself. Yeah, we're not moving forward, bro. In terms, you gotta, like I was saying earlier, you have to look at it as in waves. We older, so we remember playing in the street with the fire hydrant, right? We are a different breed of people, man. Like, you gotta understand, the kids are different today, so they're not really getting no information from the Four Horsemen. They're not reading the books we was reading. They didn't come through that vein. So no,
They would never listen to the Four Horsemen.
no, they're not listening to the Four Horsemen today.
No.
If it's not Dane Calloway or one of those these dudes, man,
He's the worst, man.
Yeah, they so quick to put some feathers on their head, man. That shit on Clubhouse is ridiculous, man. On Clubhouse, they out there, bro. Like that's
yo.
man.
And what bugs me out sometimes is they're growing in numbers. So it's like, where is the scientific illiteracy? We need to do something about that. I think this is incumbent upon us to do something about that. Like, if you know better, you gotta help these people, man, to try to understand either how to do their research, what is real research. Like, we have to do that job for these kids, because they're gonna tell you about spaceships and all type of shit now, man. It's there's no direction now. So no, I don't say we're going forward. These kids are now telling us that we Olmecs, and we done beat the Olmec argument up how many years ago, right? So it's like the more you fight against pseudoism, it seems to be growing. What's that? What's that?
I'm still the God best.
What's that?
The God best.
I think I got a picture of that joint in Luxor.
The God best.
For that particular guard.
Nah, man, I think it's incumbent upon us, man, to actually start to teach some lessons on how to do research and what is credible research. Because talking to these people are retarded online, man. Like, nobody even cares anymore of what is true and what's not true anymore.
Yeah.
So we're in a different age, man, with this stuff, man. Like, for real.
Hey Corey, you there?
Yep, I'm still here.
You got a rant you want to go on? Something you want to get off your chest? Something that's been on your mind?
Corey the garage.
Real quick.
I love Corey's rants.
You know, I ain't been doing my rants lately, but you know, and I ain't really nothing really passionate happen lately. You know, it's what triggers the rants, right? Is usually when I hear something and I'm just fed up with hearing it. You know what I mean? And so I gotta speak on it. You know,
that Rodney Kimmett, that was hilarious.
Rodney Kimmett motherfuckers, yo. Them niggas get on top of your nerve. Them Rodney Kimmett motherfuckers, yo.
Yeah.
Hey Chief,
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop out. You heard me?
Nah, I got some more questions for you, Merchant.
Who said that, Merchant?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I got an issue. I got another like 5 minutes, real quick.
Okay,
Right.
so just for your last few minutes, is something you want to say or share and to the conscious community and make sure these African Americans get their shit and their mind together?
Yeah, I think we need to be more mature, less emotional. We need to be more focused on our situation. I don't think there's a mythical place that you could escape from. Through my travels, I had to look at myself through retrospect and my situation. You know what I mean? So, um, being in West Africa, and then even being in North and East, you know, when you travel, you get a different, you're able to see things in a different light. You know, just reading something in a book and fantasizing about history, that's you're not really going to get it. And our people need to be more cultured and step out of their comfort zone
Gotcha.
and really look at things logically. You know what I
Merchant,
mean?
I wanted to ask you about your experience in West Africa and some of the ingenuity, the African ingenuity that you've seen when you went to Africa. Like some of the, man, I don't know exactly where you went.
I was in Senegal and I was in Gambia.
Okay, so let's start with Gambia. Are the roads in Gambia, any of the highest civilization there, is it built by the indigenous African people in Gambia?
Well, it was a third world country, man. Egypt was pretty. I think it's second world. Egypt is a third world country also, but
Is it? Oh, yeah, okay.
like I said, you
Because
know,
I think because a lot of people don't know merchant traveler. It's a lot of poor Egyptians. A lot of poor Egyptians.
Right. Yeah, that's what I know that as well. Yeah.
yeah, everything.
Afghanistan is way worse than any West African country. Afghanistan people and women is so bad there. I was just watching a documentary. Afghanistan women have to sell their children because they can't feed them.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to know about.
We have opportunities in America that we have as a people need to take advantage of.
right.
Even having a blue passport in these countries is a blessing. You know what I'm saying? When
Right.
people see that some people start shaking when they see that American
So
passport.
when you say it was either a second or third world country, are you saying that like
The infrastructure,
the infrastructure of the place there?
electricity. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm a guy that likes cold drinks. If you like cold drinks,
Yeah.
it's gonna be rough for you. You know what I'm saying?
It's gonna be rough.
Electricity's gonna cut off. If you like sitting on the toilet, you got to learn how to squat. You know
And
what
these
I'm
are
saying?
in,
Bring
and
your
these
water
are
bottle
in, and
with
these
you.
are in West African countries. You're saying, right?
Yeah, the world, man. Americans, we in our own little world.
I
We need
keep
to learn.
telling black Americans we are spoiled as fuck.
We spoiled, man. Good, different food, good food.
Right.
If you like, cheese. A lot of people don't understand the concept of cheese and stuff like
Okay.
that.
I don't eat cheese,
You know.
so I wouldn't know.
Hey, wait a minute, the merchant traveler. I remember when I went to Ghana. I remember a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Ghana got that good food. It's all natural and the meat is good." I went to Ghana and them cows look so anorexic.
Oh no.
I said, "What are they?
You
What
ever ate a
why-
black
I'm-
chicken?
Look here, bro. You would think they would have had some healthy cows. I said these cows are
They
anorexic.
hurt.
I'm like,
Yeah.
why is that? I didn't understand it.
Because
So I
it's
said,
not-
nope, y'all are all wrong. The food in
I'll tell
America
you
is
the
better.
Certain ethnic foods, it tastes better here than it does in the country because they don't have access to a lot of the seasoning and stuff that they have
Jesus
here.
Christ.
Yeah, I remember I was in Egypt. This guy was hype about this meal he was going to give me, and it was a damn pigeon. And this is another thing I know Egyptians ain't black. They took a whole pigeon, boiled it, and then go sprinkle salt on the top. I was like, oh hell no.
What?
It's funny because
No.
the first 3 days in Ghana, I was sick. I threw up every meal I ate. The first 3 days, I threw up.
What?
I didn't know why.
In Ghana?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to get sick and all of those.
No, that's a little
You're
different in
gonna
Ghana.
get sick,
It ain't like that in Ghana.
You're going to get some diarrhea, something going to get up in you. it's a good way to lose weight too, man. I got super slim over it.
Hey man, I was in the Back to Africa movement, and y'all guys are discouraging me.
Man. And you can't give up what's yours, man. You know, we got a lot
I
of
think they eat the rat. I
African
think they eat
Americans.
the rats. The rats on the sticks is like the rats on the stick. You ever seen that when you was in Africa, bro?
Nah, I ain't see the
He's
rest.
seen a lot of bush meat. They call it bush meat.
Oh, I saw voodoo. Yeah, let me tell you about voodoo, man. That stuff they on it out there. That superstitious stuff, man.
It's real like that.
Yeah, brother. I mean, like everybody got amulets on. You know, my
What you talking about?
grandparents used to talk about.
Country you talking about? What country you talking about?
Senegal is heavy with voodoo.
Senegal. What?
Yeah, in particular Senegal. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Yeah, all that stuff that people in Louisiana and Haiti and all that be doing.
Yeah.
They on that superstitious.
Juju. They on that juju shit up there.
Yeah, brother. Amulets everywhere. Man. You know what's funny? When I was in Egypt.
Well, hold up. The guy Apep says, yeah, we eat pigeons. We have a dish called hammam masa.
Hammam, yeah. That's exactly what I ate.
Apep
That's exactly what I ate. And they'll boil the whole pigeon and just throw salt on top. You know, I was being polite and everything. You know what I'm saying? But... You know, black folks don't cook like that.
But it's poverty in the Philippines. When I was in the Navy and with the Philippines, they would eat something called balut, which would be like a half, like a premature baby egg of a chicken. I thought they be eating some strange stuff up in the Philippines.
Yo,
but the
worst poverty, I seen some poverty. I seen some poverty in Gambia, man. One guy had came to me, was like, "Oh, I heard Black Americans are lazy." Somebody said that, and I was like, "We lazy, but y'all got sewage flowing in the street."
Right.
And the Chinese over here getting everything out your country, and they making a way of it. So why we?
And I'm not hating on Ghana. I love Ghana, and I can't wait to go back. But I just want to tell the reality. You know what I mean? It's an underdeveloped country. Yeah, but I love Ghana. I can't wait to go back.
It's very underdeveloped. And
hey man, I like ice cold drink and stuff like that. So
hey, most people in the world drink hot drinks, man. And it's a time of the day when the refrigerators go off. They gotta preserve it. Pulls too much power. They gotta preserve their energy. So if you want something cold, you ain't gonna get nothing cold, brother.
Hey, Merchant, I told people, Black Americans, that they'd be talking that repatriation shit, but I'm gonna tell you something.
I'm not going.
Okay, now it's great to visit. I'll go back, but I personally couldn't live there because I am spoiled. But the thing about it is, I'm a sports guy. I've missed all Laker games. I gotta watch a Laker game at 3-4 in the morning or some shit. You know what I mean? It's just different for a spoiled person. Plus, if you don't have a steady, like a for sure steady job that you will never lose, or a business that is thriving, you bet not move. Because if you lose your job, if that business fail, you're gonna be on the street with the rest of the motherfuckers. You're gonna be putting something on the top of your head and walking around and trying to sell it. You're not getting no food stamps. You're not getting no welfare. You're not getting nothing. You're gonna have to put a basket on your head and hustle. Right?
I like that hustle.
Get in my inbox and ask me.
I want to say something about slavery.
Or something like that.
Let me say something. Like when you're in West and East Africa, there's a part of their culture is to have a maid in their house. You know, and you can see how the slavery was just a regular thing as part of their culture. You know, every house you would have like a young girl come, clean up, you know what I'm saying, take care of the stuff in the house. So, and these other cultures, like, yeah, you know, that's like a regular thing is to have slaves. You know what I mean? And that's another thing I want to say to, you know, the Black community. Slavery was about business. You know, I would go to those slave castles. They'll say 1 minute the Portuguese was here, 1 minute the English was here. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Slavery was part of their culture. If you would go to a house, they would have, and the guy was trying to explain, was like, yeah, you don't have a maid in your house. That's not your thing. You get somebody to work, take care of your house.
I had some whiskey. It was getting a little warm in here, so I had to kind of. You got to excuse. I had to air out a little bit.
Hey, brother Merchant, it was good having you on. It's good to meet you, man. And
Definitely.
We'll
I'm
talk
Merchant
later.
Traveler,
We'll
man.
have more discussions later, man.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Hey, Merchant Traveler, you know what we need to do as a little group of the people? One day we just need to make some arrangement, like have a group of us just go to West
Just sit down and
Africa.
talk. Right?
Yeah.
Go on a tour where Bomani gives a good tour. You know what I mean? Like just plan some. Hey, in 2 years we all gonna get on this tour with Bomani and go to, go to Ghana.
I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I've been to 2 West African countries. I ain't been to Ghana yet. Last year I was in Tanzania. I wouldn't go back to Senegal, but I like Tanzania. Tanzania is cool.
Go back to Senegal. Why? What you didn't like about Senegal? I mean, overall, what did you didn't like about Senegal?
It was a vibe there. It was a little rough too. Tanzania got more going on. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I heard. Tanzania is like the best place to visit. I hear, as far as the African.
My dad married a woman from there. You know what I mean?
He was Muslim or something? Your dad, right?
Yeah. He married a woman from over there. Yeah, I'm second generation.
Okay, got you.
Tanzania is cool. You know what I mean?
I got a girlfriend in Ghana. When I go back next time, I'm gonna be kicking it with her.
You the man.
Where you was at in Senegal? You remember the town you was at?
In Geko, Kaolack. You know what I mean? They got a place called St. Louis. You know what I mean? I was picking up a little bit of Wolof too. See, in them countries, you got to pick up more than one. You got to know more than one language. You got to know the colonizers' language. You got to know the tribe right next to your language, and you got to know your tribe language.
Let me ask you something. Do they have like a lingua franca, something like Swahili that can be used for both people there?
Nah, that's French. Over there is French. That's one of the.
Oh, okay. Because
people are naturally know their own tribes language.
In Africa, that was something that was
that's East
Africa.
Like Tanzania is Swahili, and Swahili comes from an Arabic word, Swahili. The coast.
Yeah,
so Swahili has a mixture of Arabic in it and some Bantu.
Right, but it was a language that everybody can use to at least talk.
Yeah, they made that the official language, but Africa, see, the thing with black people and Africans is there's a bunch of different tribes. They don't see themselves as the same people.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So you'll have a tribe right next door, and they see them as a totally different people, and they speak a totally different language. That's what we need to understand as black people. I heard an African say he's Fulani and Hausa, and he said, I'm mixed. You mixed. But you understand what I'm saying?
Genetically, they're saying that it's same, but just different tribes.
But the way that they operated, they see it as another tribe as different people. That's why they sold it.
They see it as total different people. That's another thing I try to stress. Over here, everybody try to stress this Africa thing. Oh, it's Africa, but on the ground, it ain't like that. Correct. You Fulani, you Hausa. You know what I'm saying? You
even the groups that got this languages that's in the same language family. They look at each other as different motherfuckers.
So this comment that Eric Bond made says Lake Volta in Ghana had a huge fishing scandal where they were beating kids who didn't catch enough fish, right? So the book I bought, Indigenous Slavery in Africa, and I don't know if people remember when I had a debate on Sunday TV with Jabari about spirituality. I said, y'all don't want to go back to no African spirituality. You need to stop saying that shit. A lot of that shit's primitive. So here when Eric Bond said Lake Volta is where modern day slavery going on around Lake Volta in the rural area. It's called that Trokosi system, and I played that video on Sunday. The Trokosi slave system in Ghana right now. You know what I mean? Where little girls and people are being punished for what their great 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 uncle did. You know what I mean? Their great 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 uncle may have stole something, so he's punished. His offspring is punished, and on down the line for generations they punished and living in a kind of a slave serf peasant state. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, like I was just saying, every house has a maid and stuff like that. That's part of their culture. They would rent people out, their children out, and stuff like that. Europeans had to stop slavery.
They did. People argue me today. I told people, the British abolished slavery in Ghana, right? Not only did they abolish slavery, they abolished indigenous slavery and told them, y'all can't do that shit no more. And they didn't want to stop.
After they benefited from the slavery, though. After they benefited from the slavery.
At least they were the first ones to say it's wrong. It's a regular thing in African culture and the many cultures in the world.
That's because the Slavics and like slavery is a human thing.
Yeah, it's a human thing, but
it's a human.
The West coming with those concepts of freedom and freedom of thought and all of that stuff. Were really the people who said don't do it no more.
I think Black American history is stumped upon chattel slavery only, so they don't really know about slavery in the world in historical context. Slavery is something that always existed. The slavery that our ancestors went through was something new.
Yeah.
So I think people mix that up when they say slavery, because slavery, you know, people still saying they in slavery.
There's certain people in Africa that, you know, you be like, hey man, just live. You live in this part over here, and just clean up my house. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah, they do have a lot of workers and helpers and shit. Like even when I went to Ghana, we had a lot of workers. They carry our luggage. I didn't have to carry a motherfucking thing. They take our luggage to our room. They just do everything. I mean, it's just because it's poverty. I mean, but it's like, wait a minute. I seen this guy sleeping on a board outside the gate of a house, right? And I'm like, why is this guy sleeping outside this? Why is this guy sleeping outside this house on a board? As soon as the owners pulled up, and here he was opening the gate and closing the gate for him and all this old shit. And I said, this motherfucker a slave.
Yeah, in Egypt they got something like a bawaba, but it's like a guy that looks out for the door and stuff like that. But
that's why I asked you, Merchant, about the streets over there where you went, because I've seen documentary that said that if it wasn't for Europeans, they wouldn't have no traveling roads or nothing.
I remember an African told me a story. He was
and I was like, that sounds terrible. And then I was watching a video with Thomas Sowell where he explained why that's like that, because of the rivers in West Africa are inhabitable and certain things.
Yeah, you know, the land and stuff. Yeah. They have a lot of things that, you know, that cut them off because, you know, there's a book by Jared Diamond where he talks about like North and South America has the longest, you know, distance north to south. And the people at Eurasia were able to trade because they had navigable rivers and they were able to make contact with each other east and west. But when you have north and south, it was harder, you know, and that also they mentioned that about Africa also.
Right. When I was coming up in the conscious community, I used to say things like, "You can spit on the ground in Africa and a tree will grow." That's how fertile it is. I was confused, you know, I didn't know no better because I watched a thing on geography of Africa, and they was explaining that wherever there's a lack of rainfall, the soil is not that damn good.
Yeah, they barely get
So a
rainfall.
lot of areas don't get rainfall. The soil is not that goddamn good. Because I was romanticized, you know.
West Africa they don't have a thick top layer soil, so you know what I'm saying. A lot of places. So
Even Jared,
Hey Chief, I gotta get out of here though, man. But I appreciate you having me come through, man. I'm gonna raise up, man. But peace, man. Good meeting you, man.
Hey Corey, before you go
ahead.
What say your goodbye to homeboy? You were saying
What's that?
homie. You were saying your goodbyes to homie right there.
Yeah, my man's Traveler and a cool Gullah, everybody, man. Peace out,
So
man.
before you go, Corey, what you
Mhm.
think about Mediterranean people? The Mediterranean people.
Man, hey, I'm telling
You
you,
know Corey gonna say them
the Egyptians are
Mediterranean
definitely
people.
Mediterranean niggas, man.
You know, hey Corey, man, I love you, bro. Be safe, bro.
Man, you too, man. Everybody, man. Peace,
Chef
man.
got off.
Y'all be
Chef
safe.
got completely off for the day.
Chef in the chat.
Yeah, Chef, he always here and there, man. He ain't never in one spot. He can't sit down, man. But
Hey,
peace, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Peace, man.
Peace out, bro.
Hey, Merchant, good to meet you, bro.
Good to meet you too, man. Stay in contact.
Yeah, will do.
Yeah. But yeah, I was saying, I remember Africa told me a story, right? And he, like, cause I was talking about the roads and the infrastructure. He was like, he was dealing with somebody in the government, not in Tanzania,
Hey,
but
just echo it.
they had got some money, some aid money. Hello?
I
Hello?
was telling X that it was echoing because whenever he leaves it off, there's an echo. So that's what I was telling you.
So they had got some aid money and they all got cars, brand new cars. And I said, this is some nigga shit right here. I don't know.
Where they was at?
Hold on. So they got some cars, but they got the cars, but Knucklehead, you got a car and you can't even drive in the country because the roads ain't done, fool.
Oh shit!
The infrastructure's so bad, you got a new car to show off and can't even drive it.
Wow.
And I said, that's some Negro stuff.
Dumb
Right
shit. The
there.
Negro shit.
I said, if that ain't now, that's us. Egypt wasn't us, but that's us.
That's us right there.
That's us right there, man.
You right.
Hey, Cube, where you at, bro? Cube, where you at? You can come in now. Hey, man, are you taking off, Merton Traveler?
Bring one of the Egyptians on so they can educate us.
Hey, one of these North Africans, you guys are welcome to come on. The
bring them
link
on
is
back.
pinned. The link is pinned in the chat.
I want to talk to that.
I see. This Chief X's channel. We ain't gonna be racist and kick you off like they did over there with Anthony.
What you said, Merchant?
Egyptian.
What you said, Merchant? I couldn't hear you. What you said?
That's some Egyptian stuff. All right, they say little stuff like Hashaya, Bashaya, Ragid. Egyptians got a strong accent too. Even when they speak English,
they go.
you can hear it. No, it ain't like that.
Yeah. They sound like they eat cigarettes.
Yeah, they do. They smoke a lot of cigarettes too. That's real strong in their culture. And they're usually big people. You know what's funny? When you got Spanish TV, right? There's a guy that says, they'll be like Telemundo, right? And,
Right.
and like when the Arab world, it's the same voice. Oh,
they use that too.
Like they use the same, and it's always the Egyptian guy. Because like I said, they big people. You know what I mean? They have a distinct voice.
Yeah, a robust voice. A robust.
Yeah, we get one of the Egyptians. They're funny people. I gotta get out of.
Look, Merchant ready to stay now. The Egyptians coming on. Look, he ready to stay now.
Yeah.
The Egyptians. Nah, man. I got this cavity, man. And the pain comes in and out. You know what I mean?
Don't talk about it, bro. Please.
Yeah, make sure you. I got these teeth done in Tanzania, man, and you get what you pay for. Yeah, you get what you pay for, man.
That's like. What you did, Ash? You brought them on? Or just drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, my head is on and on.
Because I want to ask.
But I want to clarify something. You know, a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people with the nation. The nation is not orthodox mainstream Islam that people practice in other countries. It was something made by Elijah Muhammad. You understand?
What you talking
And
about? Fake Islam? You talking about?
you can say it's
Bootleg
pseudo.
Islam?
You know, I'm not disparaging anybody. You know, that was
That's
something.
bootleg Islam, though.
Yeah. So what happens is, you know, like I said, my father was in the real Nation of Islam under Elijah Muhammad, and
Okay.
Elijah Muhammad left the nation to his son, who was Wallace. You know,
Can I
and
ask you a
Wallace.
question?
Hmm?
I got one question. How did black people get away with that for so long? The Nation of Islam.
I
Look,
think the
wasn't
Nation of
wasn't
Islam
wasn't
they had a lot of good concepts and stuff.
no
You
no
know,
no no no. I'm not talking about what they did. I'm talking about the concept of God being black and all that stuff. Wasn't far white.
I'm not going to get into all of that.
See, that's the
You
stuff
know
that I
what
be wanting
happens
to talk
is,
about. Niggas
like
be scared to talk about shit.
when my
Hmm?
father told me, it was about the organization, the discipline, and what they was trying to establish.
Hey, I don't take away nothing. I
All the
think they did.
religion stuff.
I think they did great.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wish they would have though is
Mhm.
someone like a black virologist on their team. Like they've
But
been taking
but
money from the
let me
black
just
community
clarify.
for 90 years. So they should be able to give black people that are not the Nation of Islam
Mhm.
something back. You get what I'm saying? Because it seems that they only do for the Nation of Islam. They don't
Uh,
seem to be there on the
that's
causes of
Farrakhan's
blacks.
movement you got now. But anyway, the
I
real
don't think they've
nation.
ever been there though. I mean, on the case on the issue of blacks,
I
like
don't.
the
I
civil
don't.
rights
I'm not
movement,
part
it
of it.
wasn't
I'm an
there.
individual. I'm an individual. A merchant traveler. But you know,
Hey, I'm just being an asshole and critiquing the shit.
just to clarify something, you know, the nation. I wasn't brought up in the nation. The nation was
I was a 5%er when I was 16.
done away with by Wallace Muhammad. He brought the people into Orthodox Islam. You
Who
understand
that?
what I'm saying?
Who that?
That was
Farrakhan?
Elijah Muhammad's son. I think Chief knows about the history.
What you talking about, Worth Dean Muhammad?
Warfdeen Muhammad. Yeah.
Oh yeah, what he did?
He took them out of the beliefs of the nation and he turned it to the Muslim American community. He brought them into Orthodox Islam. So that, I don't want to. Yeah,
Orthodox Islam.
yeah. I want to clarify that. You know, I never was raised in the nation.
Well,
My
that's
parents
good.
was in it back in the
That's good.
70s,
Yeah.
in the 60s or whatever. You know, before my time. And it
Well,
was a
hey,
different
people
group
talk
than
because
Farrakhan.
I'm muted again, and it's an echo of that.
Yeah.
So I'm not really here to. Nobody's perfect. I'm not. I'm just looking back in our history as Black people, and I think one of the movements that we had going for us was Black Panther and Nation of Islam.
Yeah.
And when I go back and revisit those things, I look at it as a whole and look at some of the mistakes we made.
But one thing I wanted to say too is I think a lot of our people, like, you know, with Son Nutter's channel, they got a lot of debating, a lot of dreaming and stuff. I think is a word, you know, you say, I think people need to speak straight to the point and get into tangible real life stuff. You know, you fantasizing about Egypt and going to space and all this other stuff. You know, I think we need to be focused on things that matter.
Scientific literacy
You know what I'm saying?
and how to help us make
Yeah, we need to get
decisions in
into
life.
tangible things. You know what I mean?
Right.
You
How
know?
to make proper decisions in life and go
Yeah,
forward.
yeah, real life stuff. You know,
Right.
and you know, get to the bottom of the point. You know what I mean? Speak a word to the point. You know, but you know,
Somebody in the chat said Warif Dean Muhammad didn't believe none of that stuff. His
yeah,
father was
Farrakhan
talking.
continues it. Yeah.
So just looking in the chat, there's some interesting
He was a little rebellious.
Yeah.
in the chat.
One thing I want to say, what my thing is, me, I'm an individual. You
Right.
know, I have my own thoughts. I'm not I'm the author
Right.
of, I have a patent on myself. I don't like to be bogged down with somebody else's program. You know what I'm saying? I believe in individuality. You know, I believe in travel. stepping out of the box. You know, that's what I'm about.
Chef said something earlier that was real interesting because I don't know, like I'm from New York. I think Chef is from over there in Baltimore or over there somewhere. I think for us, the first form of consciousness was either 5% or Nation of Islam. It came under that umbrella.
Yeah.
So I think that was real interesting because that's when I started my journey. I was, a teenager. And 5% to me, I used to like how the brothers dressed. They was the brothers that had all the girls. They sound like they knew what they
were
was
more street
about.
people.
Yeah. So that's why
they're all the rappers is 5%ers.
Yeah, I came through that growing up and stuff like that.
But yeah, man, I just wanted to make that point. Chief, like I was saying, I really appreciate you bringing me on. I'm available anytime. You know what I mean?
What you on Facebook? How can I contact you?
I'm Merchant Traveler across all platforms. I'm Merchant Traveler on IG, Merchant Traveler on Facebook, and most Merchant Traveler on YouTube. I got some videos of my travels, and I got some stuff on Safari. You know what I'm saying? I got some stuff for the Voodoo Table in Senegal. I wish I had my camera skills. I got some pictures of Egypt, but I wish I had my camera skills good when I was in Egypt. Right. You know what I'm saying?
We'll get to some of that.
Shoot me a message, man. Add me. You know what I mean?
All right, I will. X, were you able to send the links to the chat for people to come on? Because I think Merchant is waiting for the North Africans to come on. I think he got space for at least one of them.
Merchant tired.
Merchant tired right now.
But the link is in the chat. I guess nobody wants to come on.
Okay.
So nobody, if anybody got any kind of disagreements with me, you can come on too.
I want to bring the North Africans on to ask them some particular questions pertaining to some of the Afrocentric claims that has been prevalent in African community, and I want to kind of dot them out so we can move past this.
You know what's funny? I just was watching Tariq was going Egyptian actually called it, and it was hilarious.
That's actually always forget to unmute us now.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, but yeah, man, I wanna take this Motrin right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had that on, bro.
My teeth, man.
All right, bro. We'll talk later, bro.
All right, yo, Chief, stay in contact, man. I really appreciate you, brother. All right, peace.
I
don't know what happened to Chef X.
Chef run tired. He been cutting hair all day and shit. School starting back, so he had to get the kids together.
Fall asleep on the shit.
So
bring on the African, the continental African. I want to hear from them. I was hoping that. Can you turn off the thing for a minute? I was hoping that our brother that was on the channel the other day, what was his name? Nabu. There's a brother named Nabu. I'm not really sure where he's from, but he was recently on the channel. I don't remember what channel he was on, but he got kind of like cut off, and he was making some interesting points. And I know he watches your channel, so I was wondering if he's like in the chat. If Dr. Bernard wanted to come on, or APEC wanted to come on, would be great, so that we can like clarify some points. And I know a lot of times the Egyptians don't want to come on and show their faces, so you can come on and don't show your face. We just want to hear what your points.
Hey, T Ben said I'll join one day just to talk about life. Yeah, so one day I'd love to have just a conversation about life. Just a conversation about life and relationships and business and all that boring shit. No, but I had thought one time maybe I should do some, because sometimes I think I'm a relationship expert, right? that
What the hell?
I can have great relationship conversations and all that shit.
So ain't nobody coming on.
Yeah. You got a rant you want to go on? What you think of the state of the conscious community, Aku?
I think it's in shambles. I don't even think there's a conscious community. I just look at the word like a compound word, like commune and unity. You get what I'm saying? I look at it like that, like simple. There's none of that. There's no conscious community. There's no conscious community. There's a few people in pockets that know a little bit of information, but when you check out the information that they know, it's really some regurgitated stuff from somebody else.
Appreciate you, Donnie. Something you want to share or say, Donnie? What's happening? Can you hear us?
Bring Donnie on. Bring Donnie on.
Donnie then came on. There we go. Where you at,
There we
Donnie?
go. Bring Donnie on. I'm gonna mute my mic for you, Donnie, and let you talk.
Nah, I ain't got no speech or nothing. I'm just here, just chilling with y'all, just listening in right now. I'll chime in when need be. Want to say what's up to Chief X. Want to say what's up to Ku, and peace to the chat.
You know Aku previously, Donnie?
Uh, yes and no. I don't know him like that, but
Come on, Donnie, you're my man. Come on now.
yeah, you know, I pieced it out with him and stuff like that. We got off on the wrong foot, but everything is cool. We just everything is everything.
Hey, Donnie, are you on Facebook?
I don't really mess with Facebook too much.
A lot of y'all who are my friends on YouTube and follow, you should get on Facebook. Like to me, I'm on Instagram, but mainly a business Instagram. But Facebook is more so for growner folk, older folk. Instagram crowd is younger crowd, right? So you can do more conversations and intellectual things on Facebook, more so than Instagram. So on Facebook, for the audience listening, my name is Varian Xavier. Okay, Varian Xavier on Facebook. So
Yeah.
come
So
on over.
Donnie, Donnie, why you don't mess with Facebook? You just what's up with Facebook?
Yeah, I just kind of come up from that era where, like, you know, you made a name otherwise, and I'm just from a different. I like old school stuff. I'm just from a different era.
How old are you?
Man, I'm 38.
He's a baby, Donnie. Stop it.
So you're not 40 yet.
Huh?
So you're under 40, but you got an old soul, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
You don't want to be on Facebook, not like that.
Yeah.
You
But
don't
I had to do it. I had to do it in order to join groups and study and stuff like that. So that's the reason I got into it.
So gotcha. I was just asking you because I usually people usually attack me, man, and don't have good reason, right? So I want to ask you, Donnie, what do we get off on the wrong foot with? What was it that we got off on the wrong foot with, Donnie?
I don't know. I was probably being a chatty patty in the chat, and you know what I'm saying. Look. I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it a buck. So I was probably in the chat, and then you know what I'm saying. I'm still
else saying some shit about me, and yeah, I got it.
no. Well, let me explain. I'm still riding. I ain't convinced yet.
About what?
About the whole the black, Egyptian thing.
Can I ask you a question and you be honest, Donnie?
Yeah. We'll shoot it from the hip.
Okay, just be honest. Did you
Yep.
watch my videos on Black Egypt Debunk, the entire video?
No.
Okay,
I
so
didn't.
Donnie, listen to what I'm telling you. Do that tomorrow. Watch Black Egypt Debunked by Chief X, the entire 3 hours. Then watch part 2. Did you see my video on the Nubians being slaves I put up 3 days ago?
You know I was there. You didn't see me?
Listen to what I'm saying. Did you see my video about the Nubians in the procession in the parade and them bringing tribute to Egyptians? Did you see that video?
You made a video yesterday.
See,
You made a
Donnie,
video before that. Hold on. I'm trying to remember the way I want to. I saw your last two videos. Yes, I did.
Okay, so you seen the one on the Nubians? I'm asking specifically the Nubians in the procession as they were bringing slaves in tribute to King Tut. Did you see that one?
Yes, I was in that.
Okay, so how can you see that video and be confused if you paid attention?
Because
the video I made 2 days ago on did Egyptian have Nubians as slaves? That was a very deep video where I broke down a lot of stuff. It's like I don't see how someone can watch that and still be in denial because I proved it. I proved they were a tributary state. So I mean, if you didn't watch all the videos, just let me know.
Well, hold on. So they get. I don't know why I got that. What can I do to get rid of that?
It's probably me, but go ahead. I'm just trying to see, did you watch the videos? I'm trying to figure out. You can be honest with me.
Yeah, I was in and out.
Okay, so you've been missing out. Like, if you're in and out, why not go back and finish it before you starting these other streams and videos and stuff?
Because it's the same old argument.
Okay, nope. That's what I'm saying. You're not watching my videos. I can tell the way you talk. You're not watching them and paying attention.
Okay,
you
so
wait for all these streams and you get on these streams so you can key and play with the chat. That video, listen to what I'm telling you. I'm going to tell you something real right now. That video I made 2 days ago about the Nubians bringing tribute to the Egyptians is a very good, deep video. It explains a lot. I suggest you watch the entire video. You cannot watch that entire video, listen, comprehend, and still say the Egyptians was black. There's no way. That's why I know you people are not watching the entire video and listening and focusing. I prove my point over and over on these things.
Chief, let me ask them, bro. Donnie.
Yes.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yes.
Okay, bro. What is the contention that you have? What areas is it that you just okay?
No, that's a good question. You don't have to shake it up and pour it.
Donnie, listen. What period of Egyptian history do you place black people in? That's a very basic question.
Well, you have
what period of Egyptian history, through all its dynasties, do you place what we call sub-Saharan Africans, people where we come from, West Africans? Where do you place those people?
Well, you have two. Are you done?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you have two questions. So we all know, you know what I'm saying, what they call it. I'm not good with the dates and names. I'm like Chief X on this, but dates and times and stuff. But what was it, the 25th, right? Is what they consider the Nubian dynasty, right?
Okay.
So that's one question. What was the other one?
No, I was asking you because you said you had a contention with some of the arguments that were made.
Yes.
Regarding black people being in Egypt. So I want to clarify it so that we can get past this and we ain't got to talk about this again. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it depends on who you talk to and who you ask him, because, you know, when you deal with different... I'm trying to explain it the way I can. I'm trying to be honest, bro. I'm not hiding nothing.
Okay.
When you deal with, like, Chief X says one thing, X, Y, and Z says one thing, the scholarship, you know what I'm saying?
Right, I'm not going up for that, Donnie. That's not my question, Donnie. Listen to what I'm asking you, Donnie.
Okay.
Based off of your research.
Yeah.
You get me now?
Okay, I'll follow.
It has to be based off of some research that goes against something for you to even have a contention with our arguments. Do you agree with that? There's something that you disagree with, correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it. I hear your question. but you got to accept the way I respond to it. I'm not running from it.
Okay.
Okay, do you accept that?
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to hear what you're saying.
Break it down, Donnie. Come on.
Well, I'm just saying, like, here go the echo.
Yeah.
Mute the mic again.
All right, go ahead.
So, you know, you get different information, like Chief X saying one thing, right? You know, they're paying tribute and this and that. And then you have like other scholars that come in and then, you know, will process this information different.
What other scholars? I'm not a scholar. Who are you talking about
Right.
specifically?
Well, people like Vanessa Davies or, you know what I'm saying?
Who's that?
Vanessa, wait, hold on. Vanessa who?
Davies?
She's a white lady?
Yes.
Where is she
Hold
playing?
up. Let me pull her up while I'm here.
Who is she? Have we seen her video? I mean, like, you talking about the person that was interviewed on that
No,
Arthur
that's not.
played?
No, that's not the fat white lady.
Okay, so what does this lady Vanessa say that's profound in
What's her name again?
Well, I can't sit up here and quote her.
Is she black?
I just told you no.
She's a white woman?
Mm-hmm.
No, just
And
tell
she says the Egyptians are black? I'm trying to understand.
No, she ain't never said that, but she didn't say it either. Let's try this. Chief, can you show me, with all due respect, where they say they are not? Can you show me a scholar that says where they are not?
Basically, all of them. The consensus in the academic community, about 98% of academics in that field.
Donnie,
Hold on. 98% of the academics in that field all say they're neither black or white.
They're Egyptian.
They're Egyptian. Everyone says that. No one says anything different. They all agree with me that they're neither black or white. No scholar will tell you that they're black. No scholar in today's time will tell you that they're white. Like, how are you confused with this? Who said anything
I'm not
different?
confused with that, but isn't that like a play word?
No, listen to what I'm saying,
They
brother.
don't want to, you know, sit there and hammer it down and say, yes, it's one or the other, because obviously they can't do it, or else it would have been done.
Donnie, all scholars say they're neither black or white. Don't confuse
I know
yourself.
that.
Okay,
But that
so
doesn't
how are you
rule it out.
confused? How are you thinking different? What makes you think different?
Chief, let me talk to him for a second. Just for a second, Chief. Donnie, the scientific consensus among Egyptologists and experts that study this say and have been saying for decades that they are not black people. Now, Donnie, listen to what I'm asking you. When you say the experts don't agree, which experts are you talking about? You mentioned some lady's name. What's her name again?
Well, I'm not putting her on the cross, but I'm saying Vanessa Davies. Vanessa Davies. I think that's her name.
Okay. Vanessa Davies. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
And then another one is
Hold on. Davies. Day. Is that how you spell it?
I'll have to look it up. If I move away from the link, then I'm gonna get dropped out.
Okay. All right.
Just punch up Egyptologist Vanessa Davies.
Okay. So
And then, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what is Vanessa Daly saying, right, in regards to black people having a presence in Egypt at any particular time?
Well, I can't quote her. I don't remember everything she said, but she doesn't speak the latter either. You know what I'm saying? So as far, can I add in something? As far as, you know, the general consensus is that the Egyptians are the Egyptians. Everybody says that, but that doesn't. What exactly is that supposed to mean?
Okay, I'll tell you what it means, Donnie. Listen to me. It means that.
Hold on, Aku, real quick, just one statement. Wow. I know who you're talking about now. Asar had her on his channel, right?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, she's an Afrocentric apologist. I know exactly what you're talking about. She didn't say anything about Egyptians being black. Her thing is focusing on giving Nubia credit. That's her thing. Giving Nubia more credit than
and I never said that.
Right? No. Slow down. So you parlayed her into saying Egyptians were black. She has never said that out her mouth ever. I'm familiar with that. I had to Google her just now.
I'll take that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, what you're doing is subconsciously, you are hoping so hard that you're confusing yourself. 98% of the experts will tell you that they're neither black or white. So I'm not sure how you're going against 98% of the experts. You're tricking your mind.
Donnie,
listen to what I'm saying. Let me just say one more thing. Let me say this one more thing, Aku. Let me say this one more thing.
Okay. All right.
Asar Imhotep is a fraud. And if he had her on the channel, you have to be careful, bro. You look up to these guys too much. Asar Imhotep is a fraud. Did you watch the video I made Asar Imhotep exposed? And I clearly showed all the experts saying he's a pseudo-linguist. Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, like, what? How are you confused still? Unless you didn't listen. So you're using Vanessa Davies because Asar likes her.
No,
guess why Asar? But guess why Asar likes her though? But guess why Asar likes her? For a certain reason.
I don't know.
Okay, so she's an outlier. Never go with an outlier. Go with the consensus. I'm just trying to give you some wisdom. Always stick with the consensus. You will always be right. I would rather go with 98 people instead of the 2 people. Okay? It's just common sense. Go ahead, Aku.
Wait, hold on, Chief, before we move though. But let's go back to this. The consensus is the Egyptians are the Egyptians, right?
The Egyptians are neither black or white.
So what is that supposed to mean? To me, what is that supposed to mean?
It means that there are other races and ethnicities on the planet than just black and white people. African Americans are stuck on this black and white dynamic. There are Samoans, there are Asians, there are a bunch of people. There's Polynesians, there are other people. There are Egyptians, there's North Africans, there are other people on the planet besides black and white. They're not black or white. A Samoan is not black or white. An Asian is not black or white. A person from the West Asia is not black or white. White people would be somebody from England, Poland, Norway. Those are Caucasians, and the Muslims and Arabs are Caucasoids. They're not white.
Did you say Samoan?
You're still tricking your mind. I'm giving you some very good conversation.
Chief, let me ask him something. Donnie.
Yeah.
Egypt is in North Africa. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or what they call it, yes, today. By today's standards, yes.
Okay, so let's look at some other northern African countries, right, outside of Egypt. Because there's this stigma that there was this black presence in Egypt as a North African country, correct? So let's look at some other places where, I mean, you can't single out Egypt, right? If they was in the north, black people would have been up there too, right?
Right, like Nubia, etc. Punt.
Not Nubia. So not Nubia, Donnie. Like, we're talking about North Africa.
So Nubia is not considered north.
No.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Donnie, no.
I'm just asking a question.
I've done lectures and showed maps on this. I showed the Europe that the African Union considers Nubia or Sudan today, sub-Saharan Africa.
Donnie.
Yeah, go ahead, fam.
There's no nappy head people in North Africa, bro.
Oh, my bad. All right, Don, let me talk to you. Listen. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. So let's do something like Libya. Was there a black presence over there too? Let's do Morocco. Is there a black presence over there too? What I'm trying to show you is that the places in North Africa that
No,
black
wait, my mic was on mute. How the hell am I supposed to know? You
So
asked me that. That's a blanket statement, straightforward. Like, how am I supposed to know?
We're trying to tell you, Harry. If we know, why don't you just go with us and believe us?
Donnie, listen. Donnie, listen to me. If you don't know that, then you don't know that there was a black presence in Egypt, neither. Because they're all North Africa.
Great logic, God. That's called logic.
So you gotta listen, Donnie. You can't just come in and hot and sweaty and want to attack me. We gotta
I didn't
listen
do that.
to what I'm saying, brother.
I didn't do that.
If there was a black population in that region, right, there would still be a great, right, percentage of black people's DNA and DNA markers in that region. It's called population genetics, Donnie. Look it up. It'll tell you which group of people come from where. Black people, black Americans, we have L's and E's. People from that region have U, 6, J's, and E.
In K's.
So every argument you use to make that blacks were there will always be debunked because there's no good gene flow from black people in Egypt until they brought them there as slaves during Roman occupation. That's how the 8% sub-Saharan DNA in the genetic populace, that's how it got there. So anywhere you go, it's through slavery. We have to face that. We have to deal with this because these are facts.
We're tropical Africans.
We don't come from there. We come from the green, grassy land, West Central Africa, bro. Look, our language phylum is different. Look, listen to me, Donnie. They speak an Afro-Asiatic language. We speak a Niger-Congo language. Our language is different. We are separated on so many different levels that it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, trying to find a black person in Egypt, bro. The brother just got off the head and told you nobody is black over there.
You see, a lot of Afrocentrics are misleading you. The brother would live there. He told you he barely sees blacks. I keep telling everybody.
They're not there. They've never been there. You have to face that. The images on the wall are not good representations because let me explain something to you about Egyptian culture and artistry. Okay? Egyptians like to stylize, right, their artwork. So a lot of their art, you can't determine. Look, They black on the walls, and they in the funeral they white as hell. That's what caught us with Queen Ty. We thought she had an afro. It's a fucking cot, a headdress called a cot that they put on. Afrocentric has been pushing this narrative too long. It's not an afro. It's a headdress. You can see something that's broke off at the top of it. It's not an afro, Donnie. We have been misled to believe that we were somewhere in there, right? And that these newcomers that are there ran us out. So the question is, Donnie, if they ran us out, how come there's no more DNA? You can't run the people out of their place like that. It's impossible. Where's the DNA that shows that you was there?
But they have the DNA still?
What?
Because
So
of the question.
what you want? Which pharaoh DNA you want? What you want? Who you want? Many?
No, I wasn't thinking you was
Hold on,
going to
let me ask you Donnie, let me ask you this one question. Did you see the video I did where I showed King Tut and Queen T's DNA? Did you see that video? Huh?
Yes, I saw it.
So what? I'm like, so when you correlate that one,
I asked them
hold on, wait. When you correlate that one with the Nubians in the procession, and I was showing the Nubians bringing tribute. They were bringing tribute to King Tut. King Tut, I showed his DNA. He's Caucasian from West Asia. Right. So you got these Nubians bringing tribute and slaves to a Caucasian named King Tut.
U6K and J. U6K and J. Destroyed your. You're done. U6, K, and J. All right? So I don't care how far back you want to go, Donnie. Let's go to Menes. Let's go to the beginning. Because you know he was running Nubians out from the beginning. You know that, right? Donnie.
Yeah, back it up a little bit, because you were saying something about the DNA, right? You remember before Chief came in?
Yes, I said.
You remember what you were saying? What did you say?
I said U6K and J destroys the argument. No black people was over there. U6 is there 30 to 40,000 years ago. K is the 18th dynasty, the most glorious dynasty in Egypt. You weren't there, and when you was there, you was under the foot of the pharaohs, bro. They had no respect for black people in Egypt. When was the first time?
I showed the sandals of King Tut, and they were stepping on them.
We know about the 9 boats, Chief.
From the
I've seen them in real life.
Look on Narmer's palette. Your head was being cut off with your dick. Okay? Your heads, us, black people, with this nose right here. Look, you see the nose right here? Look. You see it? A sub-Saharan trait. Nobody in Egypt don't got this nose. Look. You're looking at the monuments. Look at them when they buried, bro. Okay? I'll tell
Another
you.
thing, you'll never see a black person on a coffin in Egypt.
I'll tell you where to start.
Caucasian.
Donnie, I'll tell you where to start. Go to the early pre-dynastic finds of ginger. Look it up. They call it ginger. They can't even call it ginger no more because the people in Egypt got to change the names now because it's racist towards certain people now.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Y'all done fucked everything. These black people done fucked everything up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me ask a question. Chief, let me ask a question. And maybe y'all could deal with one at a time. So just to let y'all know, that's how I process things. So
I'm a mute to let you talk.
Okay, thanks. So here I go. So in early Egyptology was first started, why why did why did they feel the need to come up with scientific racism?
Donnie, let me answer that real quick.
This is the question.
I'll answer that. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Donnie, it is 2022. Every day, I tell my social media friends, you guys have to update your mind to 2022. It is not 1800. It is not 1880. Everyone and their mama agree that they had scientific racism then because there was slavery. They had to do psychological games and shit like that. But if your mind is stuck in 1800s, this is your problem. Okay?
Donnie,
We're not. We all agree. Hold on. We all agree that there was scientific racism. That's dead. A person couldn't even get a job practicing scientific racism. He would be an outcast. No scientist. It's just like a basketball player.
Let me come in.
Let me just give you this analogy, Donnie. You gotta understand this. You got to understand this analogy.
I am, but
I'm gonna be done. Let me just say this: the last analogy. Just listen. A basketball player job is to play as best as he can so he can stay in the NBA. It's the same thing with scientists. You cannot get no job if you're out here lying and bullshitting and creating misinformation or teaching misinformation. Nobody will hire you. You can't write no journals. The whole scientific community will outcast you. Okay? So they don't play today. This is not 1800. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Update your mind and then you may get it. No scientist today, we just told you the consensus is that neither black or white. So they're not playing no scientific racism in today's time. So if you update your mind, you'll be okay.
All right. Donnie, my response to that. The scientific racism that existed in the study of Egypt.
Let me rephrase it, Aku, before you.
Wait.
I'm not going to change it too much. But just why? It's still the same, but why was it? Because Chief kind of, to me,
slavery.
I'm saying
psychology.
Why
they
was
didn't know science wasn't advanced then. A lot of them were confused. You cannot use one or two men as an example. All men weren't practicing scientific racism.
That's it. So why did they feel the need to do that? That's just want to make sure.
I'm responding to you, Donnie. It started with Eurocentricity. Are you listening to me? It was Europeans first to claim Egypt. And black people jumped in on the fight because it was in Africa. We felt the need to jump in and defend it against white people. Thus came Afrocentricity, Donnie. We followed the Europeans in their fight to say Egypt was theirs, Donnie. It was pseudo from the beginning, Donnie. Chief just told you. They're not black. They're not white. They're Egyptians. That's why I was trying to play the little game with you of telling you were people from Morocco black. That's why I was
asking what the hell that's supposed to mean, though?
I was asking you in history in the same areas in the north, next to Egypt. You know, they have Egyptians.
Wait. Let's slow down a little bit.
Listen, Egyptians depicted and differentiated themselves from other people, you know. Did you know that, Donnie?
Yeah, everybody does that.
Okay, so when the Egyptians differentiated our people from themselves, what did they show in their monuments? Do you know, Donnie?
Us in blackface. Basically, what the way I took it.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Us in blackface.
That's how I would process it today.
Right.
They exaggerated everything about us. Just put us in blackface,
It
basically.
made your lips bigger, your nose bigger on the
Hey,
artwork.
do you know the Egyptians did that too, right, Donnie? Do you know that?
That's what I'm saying, Chief.
Okay, so they obviously. Okay, look, listen. Let me just. This is the logic that kills everything. If you can't understand this logic, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this, Aku.
I be trying to get it there.
Hold on, no. I got the perfect logic. If someone can't understand this logic, then there's no hope, and I'm gonna stop. Okay, listen to this logic. Arabs coined the word Sudan. Arabs said Sudan meant land of the blacks. Listen, just listen to this logic. Did Arabs say Egypt was land of the blacks when they came in? No. They only called what was down south land of the blacks. They never called Egypt land of the blacks because it wasn't. If it was a bunch of black people there, the Arabs that came would have called Egypt land of the blacks, but it wasn't no blacks there. On top of that, the Arabs enslaved sub-Saharan Africans. They never enslaved Egyptians or North Africans. Why? Because they weren't black people. They didn't consider them part of the dark continent. You understand me? They didn't consider them less than. Egyptians looked at Nubians as less than. So when I was explaining what a tributary state is a nation that is inferior to a superior nation, their neighbor. So that's why they give tribute to the Egyptians. Egyptians never gave tribute to the Nubians. They were superior. Okay? So it's called land of the blacks for a reason. They never called North Africa land of the blacks. This is just simple logic. If you can't get that logic, we're done.
Let him talk. I want to hear what he's saying. What you drinking? Whiskey, eh? That banana shit?
Oh no, I said what was Kemet? What do Kemet mean?
Black land. For the
So he's saying they never called it anything.
It means black land, but they listen. Let me explain something to you.
See, now, Donnie, you're being disingenuous. Hold on,
No,
Donnie.
I'm not.
Yeah, no, because you know, because all your teachers you listen to, Asar. Hold on. Asar, hold on, cool. Hold on. Asar and Jonathan Owen, who you religiously listen to.
I don't know why you always say that.
Listen, Donnie, listen.
Like you know me. That's wrong, dude.
No. I'm saying your moderators in
I
their
don't come
chat.
at you like that, bro.
No, Donnie, I didn't say that. Donnie, listen, your moderators in their chat, you listen to them. I see you in there saying, Sanab Joe, you be talking this Egyptian shit in their groups. I see it all the time. Sanab Joe, hold on, Donnie, listen. Your teacher. Yeah, he always up in there saying that shit.
Nah, but you coming at me like I just.
No, hold on, Smash. Hold on. Donnie, slow down. Donnie, slow down and listen. Smash Rockwell and Asar says the same thing. They're talking about the land, not the people. They're talking about the soil, not the people. You know that, right? You don't know that yet?
I can leave them out because I know a little bit about the language, and that's what it do say.
No, I'm asking you something specific. Don't your teachers tell you they're referring to the soil, the black soil, right?
My teachers are not.
Okay, forget your teachers. Okay, Asar and Smash Rockwell. Goddamn. Asar and Smash Rockwell. Hold on, Donnie. Hold on. Listen. You're so much on Donnie. You're so much on defense mode. You're not listening. Every Afrocentric will tell you they're talking about the black soil. Did you not know that? Yes or no?
My teacher, who is not a SAR, and who you say it
Fuck
is,
your
does
teacher.
say
I'm
that.
talking about these
That's
Afrocentrics. When they talk
consensus.
about the black land,
That's
do
a
you not know that they
consensus.
are talking about the soil?
Come on,
Listen.
man. Stop
X,
yelling,
you
dude.
gotta
You know that's a consensus. Yeah.
Hold on. Donnie is no, I'm getting it. Donnie is being deceitful, really,
No, I'm not, dude.
intentionally.
Stop that.
Okay, so hold on. I'm
Stop.
trying to,
I just
get
answered the
a
motherfucking question.
Donnie. I'm trying to get a specific thing, and then I'm gonna stop talking. Slow down. Do not assar. I'm asking you a specific question.
I don't know what they
No,
do.
let me ask the question. Be quiet, Donnie.
You
You gotta go, bro. Listen for a second.
That's that bullshit.
Does Asar in Smash Rockwell teach that it's the black soil? Yes or no?
I'm presenting Donnie Williams. I don't know. I can't speak for them.
Yeah, you're lying. Now you're lying. I get it now. You gotta go, bro.
Chief,
Yeah.
don't kick him off.
No, but see, this is what I'm telling you. I hate
I can't
motherfuckers
speak for another
no, I
man.
hate people who intentionally lie. He knows damn well that Smash Rockwell, NSR, and Bujaro, and hold on, in the entire Amin Ra squad, Garfield, and everybody in the conscious community tells you that they're talking about the black soil. Donnie knows this. He is lying if he says otherwise.
Listen. Bring him back on, baby.
I didn't kick him off. He left. Because he knew he was lying. I'm trying to tell you. Donnie was habitually lying. He knows everybody says soil. He's heard a million times. There's not a day go by where he's not in Smash Rockwell's chat or Asar's chat co-signing them. They say this damn near every other day. He knows this shit. Go ahead, Aku.
I was saying, I know that, Joe X. I was saying that, look, he said we got off on the wrong foot, right? And you be just going off, you drinking and shit, right? And you're not letting him get to where you won't let me stick his ass. Nobody. You just keep cutting my ass off.
Cool. He shut down. You got to understand. I know the he shut down and he was going to lie his ass off. He was forcing his mind to be deceitful. I know Donnie. I know what he's seen and heard. Okay, go ahead.
All I was saying, I was trying to find out something from Donnie. Because Donnie would be a good instrument because nobody seems to want to talk about the subject, about the claims. So Donnie, you're back on, right? You're here with us, right, Donnie? Oh, he's back out. So, listen, I want to deal with some of the major claims because that's where I think the problem began with some of the major claims. So, I think we should tackle this one thing at a time. Gullah, you have presented some info one time about
my bad.
connection. I don't know if Gullah's still here with us. Gullah, can you
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Yeah, I think you had, and I think it was some real good information you had presented. I read it, and I think it was good. I think we need to really start to delve into that, like really start to deal with the scholastic stuff, man. Like scholarship. Is there a connection with West Africa to North Africa? And if there is, at what point of time?
Hey, Aku.
And deal with it in that way.
I can't really hear you because everybody mic on.
It's X camera.
Y'all want me to time out or just mute?
I muted myself. Go ahead. Donnie's back. I'm muting out.
About some information you had presented at one time, and I think it needs to come back to the surface because you made some good points in some of the research that you presented. Well, I read it, right? But what I wanted to ask you is, at what period of time would you put that connection? as far as the language phylum and how that even came about, where it became separated, where we, Niger Congo, I think if we can explain those areas in places where people can understand, then we can get past this whole Egypt argument, because I'm actually tired of it, man.
You said what's the connection with Niger Congo people in the east?
And North Africa.
Oh, well, you got different time periods where people spend time isolated too and became their own distinct people.
Yeah.
Dealing with that E marker, you know what I'm saying? Mostly West Africans paternal marker is E1B1A. And most East Africans, especially Northeast Africans and like Berbers and all them, from Berbers to Egyptians to the Cushitic people by the Red Sea area to all the way to the Horn, then people are predominantly E3B, but they also, by them, being in the proximity they also been, influxual with Eurasians, even the basal Eurasians from the beginning into different Eurasian mutations, over the different time periods since at least about 30,000 years. And we have a connection in West Africa with the E, but the paternal E marker, we just an older sibling being E1B1A of the E1B1B that's in East Africa.
So pause for a second. So in our DNA, we know that I took my DNA, right, and it said that I was related to Ramesses. It's something that a lot of people use, right? Black people.
Yeah.
Say, see?
No, it don't work like that.
No, I ain't finished with you. So okay. What I'm asking is, doesn't that just mean that your ancestor passed through the East and stayed there and picked up traces, small traces?
Yeah, because
does it mean you're related to Ramesses?
No, this mean your paternal markers was in the East one time. Like even before you get to Niger Congo languages.
Because women stay and men leave, correct?
I mean, it depends. You got women markers that move around too. You know what I'm saying? They just move. They move slower. They move slower, but they move. You know what I'm saying? Women move around too.
All right. So when they say that the U6 genetic marker been there 30,000 to 40,000 years.
Yeah, U6 and M1.
Okay, the M1. Okay. Right. That specific genetic marker has its origin in Western Asian farmers.
Yeah.
Before y'all continue, let me apologize to Donnie. Hold on, cool. Listen. Before y'all continue, let me apologize to Donnie. I apologize. Okay, I didn't mean to. If I was insultive or anything or too harsh, I apologize.
No.
You can't share your screen on.
Gullah. Hold on one time. Just give me 2 seconds. No, but let's let Gullah build. But I want to let you know, Chief, I didn't come here to stand on another man's teachings or anything like that. I came to stand on a little bit of knowledge that I have. So I just want to put that on the record. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Ain't nothing but peace and love.
I think what X is telling you is to beware with these black scholars, because they're going to lead you down the road that we was in one time and get to find out that, damn, these guys is full of shit. And it happened to all of us, actually.
Although
Gullah didn't go through that. Let's say he didn't go through that. But talking to people, and he probably went through that too, found out this nigga don't even know what the fuck you talking about.
And also, I've been around longer than Asar, Wujaro, and all these cats. Just trust and believe. I'm they big brother. Nobody get it. I'm they big brother. They wasn't around when I was in the movement. They new to the movement, basically.
I wanted to ask Donnie something though, man. Donnie, as far as the culture of Egypt coming from the South, did you ever hear that before?
I think I did, but my slow ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's go.
What do you mean?
Let's go. What you got a question?
No, I'm asking. Did you ever hear that before? That the
Yes,
culture of
yes,
Egypt came from the south.
yes. I have.
Right. So one of my questions always was part of technology, right? Is pyramid building, right? That's part of culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've always wanted to know why the pyramids in Sudan, right, was built further south. The pyramids further south was built after the Egyptian ones. And everybody always looked at me like I was crazy for asking that question. And I've always thought part of culture is moving the culture forward, right? So if the culture came from south, how come the pyramids further south are after the Egyptian pyramids, are built after the Egyptian
That
pyramids?
that's an excellent question. And just like I said, from my limited knowledge, maybe just because at that time it was more convenient because they were closer to the Nile, maybe because that was their highway. That would be the jump off point. I'll say that. And maybe they came back or you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But that's how I would,
I don't know.
you know.
Right, you don't know. Yeah. But Gullah, that research, man, that paper that you presented, you remember? Do you remember the thing I'm talking about?
Which one you talking? Which one is it?
I think it was it probably was an old paper, but it was a paper you put out one time. It was about the connections between the Congo. I think it was either Niger Congo speakers and Afro-Asiatic, or either it was the people in that region or something like that had a connection.
No, the people.
I think Pseudo Killas did a presentation with you on with it.
Yeah, the people in the East, you had different ecosystems in East Africa at one point in time. You still do, you know what I'm saying? But Niger Congo, the proto Niger Congo people before they moved west
Are you
into the
talking
Great.
about like the before the desertification of the Nile, before the Sahara?
Yeah, right
You're
before the
talking
Sahara
about
turned
before that period?
right before it turned green again. You know what I'm saying? You had a pocket of people that was in the lower Nile region. You know what I'm saying? Not, you know what I'm saying, the Niger Cadothian people, you know what I'm saying, that we come from, we were like in the tropical Rift Valley areas of the basin of the Nile, not up north nowhere, but this was like 12,000 and 20,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? When we was around these regions, you know, so they call it the Wadi Hawar today. It's dry. It's a dried out piece of the Nile Basin, but we come from those savanna woodland areas, and that was in those regions. You know what I'm saying? And the E3B markers, the people that became Afro-Asiatic people, you know what I'm saying? They've developed around like the highland areas of the Ethiopia.
So there's no ancient specimens of Central West Africans, pretty much other than Asilar man, that we could really determine our group of people
I mean,
where we came from.
Asala man himself was a mix of people. He wasn't just one type of person. He was a mixture of Afro-Asiatic people that moved in from the east. You know what I'm saying? 12,000 years ago, with Middle Stone Age people that was already there who was in the mix
So
with those populations of archaic humans.
why
Cool.
would they
That's not. Oh, cool. Real quick, I'm just going one sentence. That's not what I hear about Ancillor Man. Ancillor Man seems like.
right? So why would they
Hold
say
on.
he
Okay, let me
was
just get this sentence out of cool. Ancillor Man is said to be the prototype, or what you like to say, basal, the basal West and West and Central African.
That's what.
I'm not. From what I understand, and he has nothing to do with Afro-Asiatic or North
No,
African.
I never said Afro-Asiatic at all. I said Niger Cadothian people.
Yeah, that's all.
Niger
Okay,
Cadothian,
my bad.
Niger Cadothian people migrated from the east into West Africa. Those are you know what I'm saying, they're the more
Okay,
modern, West African groups. They mix with the basal West Africans would have been like a archaic Middle Stone Age people. You know what I'm saying? They were modern humans. Some of them were modern humans that branched off early, but these people who were also what we consider the Tyrian culture intermixed with these archaic humans that were still lingering around. They call it ghost population. And then 12,000 years ago, when our people, or more modern people, Afro-Asiatic, Proto-Afro-Asiatic people moved in the West, they intermixed with these populations. I wish I could show. I wish I could share and show a map on here, but I don't think you can share on StreamYard.
Probably not on this platform. Yeah, because I'm trying to find where they even made a Negro connection to Egypt at all.
And then too, the reason why Ramesses probably got the E1B1A is because you do have a small minority of Niger Congo people that still live in the Nuba Hills, but they are very small, and then some of them, they leak out and intermingle with the Nilos and the Cushitic group. They call the Kadofian speakers. They like the closest people that were related to Niger Congo people in the East. Before, like, they just lingered around and stayed in those areas while others moved further east. I mean not further east, but further west.
It's like Bantu expansion and shit you talking about, right?
No, that's not the Bantu expansion at all. The Bantu expansion is more recent. That had nothing to do with this migration. Yeah, because Niger Congo people or Niger Kadofian people came from the east in the beginning, around 12,000 years ago. We started migrating 20,000 years ago, but we finally got into like the coast of West Africa 12,000 years ago. If you get a chance, look up the Wikipedia article "Prehistoric West Africa." They break all that shit down in there.
And show you the connection with North Africa.
Yeah, show you all that shit.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see, the connection with North Africa.
Because even today, the Niger Congo people wasn't in like those regions. Like today, they migrated up from like the Central Sahara first. You know what I'm saying? They migrated east, but when they was migrating east, the Sahara or the Sahara was like stretched up a little bit more north, but we was in the southern central regions of the Sahara.
Yeah.
That's why even with the art that's in the Sahara, it's a particular type of art. It's not just any type of artwork. So you got different type of cultural artwork that's in the rock paint. If you look up the round-headed art, you'll see all type of people with the mask and the dance and all that shit.
So on that point, Aku, what is your interpretation of it coming from the South?
I don't believe it comes from the South. It's something that I used to believe because I was reading books that alluded to Egyptian culture come from the South. And it's been like one of the main staple arguments that they use in the Afrocentric circles for over about 20 years. Maybe you haven't heard about it because over about the last 20 years, they've been talking about that. So it's nothing new.
Who's been talking? Can you share a source or something? Maybe that's something that I might want to look into.
Just look at Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben called Nubia the mother of Egypt. So you can just look right there. Yeah, I'm just telling you where you can start. He called it. Look it up. Go right on the Google and look up Egypt, Nubia, mother of Egypt, and see if it don't pop up.
I'll rest.
That's been a claim for the last 40, 50 years, man. That Sheikh Anta Diop alludes to that too. All of our elder scholars believe that it came from the Nubian.
See, I think that's problematic because you only listen to these people who you claim are right fraudulent and stuff like that, or pseudo. That seems who you came up under. There is new work and there is new information out there. Have you been listening to anything else?
Donnie, I'm only highlighting some of the mistakes that we've made so that we can move forward, so that we don't keep repeating these things, because these are the claims that the Egyptians were Cushites, The Egyptians was Nubians. These have been the claims for the last 30 years. Maybe you don't know that.
I mean, but it's different now, though. You do understand that, right? I mean, I know you do. I'm not even going to actually that.
Oh, so what's the difference now? That the Egyptians that are there are not the true Egyptians and that they're Arabs? Is that the new thing now? Because
I'm just saying there's new information out. That's all.
No, that's what I'm seeing now amongst black people. I'm seeing black people telling the Egyptians that they're Arabs.
Well, if black people are still using, let me say this: if black people are still using Dr. Ben,
you're gonna soften it up, Donnie. We are telling our people that live their culture for thousands of years because they don't look like us that they're not the original Egyptians. Do you understand what I'm saying, Donnie?
All I'm saying is, if you listen to Dr. Ben and stuff like that now, that's outdated and old.
Chef said he back. Let Chef back in.
So,
Donnie, that's been the argument on Pseudo Killas. It's been the argument on every channel that Egyptians are not black. So
I'm finna be right back. I'm finna jump off and I'm finna be right back.
Who that? Gullah?
All right, peace, go. Sorry to get in the way, man.
I'm saying, Donnie, that you don't seem to. You act like you don't know the arguments, like you don't understand what we've been talking about for months and months and months and you've been in the chat. So
no, I do.
You understand what's been.
I do. I made one statement. I made one statement saying, if you're listening to Dr. Ben and whoever else you mentioned, that's old and outdated. That's what I said.
I'm not even going that route. I'm not even saying that. What I'm
you
saying.
You just said his name.
What?
Donnie, listen closer to it.
I said that's where it came from. This teaching came. I said, he says Nubia is the mother of Egypt.
Okay, I'm not stuck on that.
So I'm not asking if you're stuck on that. I'm not even saying if Dr. Ben was right or wrong. What I'm saying is, we came up under that teaching that Nubia gave the culture to Egypt.
So is that the same as saying it came from the South? That's how you started out the conversation?
Yeah, I started out saying that it's kind of ironic to me that if it started in the South, pyramid building would be part of culture. Why would it be later down in the South? That's I highlighted that.
And
let me just add this, Donnie. Have you not seen me say 100 times that Narmer didn't come from the South? Right. Narmer came from the middle of Egypt, not Sudan. He never came from down there. So Afrocentrics wanted you to believe that, think that. They lied. Narmer was from Thinis, which is in the middle between Nubia and Egypt. So they're just talking about down more southern from the Mediterranean. They're not talking about Sudan or anywhere down in sub-Saharan Africa. It was a trick that Afrocentrics did to make you think Narmer came from Sudan or Nubia. He never did. He came from Thinis.
And I'm saying, Donnie, listen to what I'm saying. The Egyptians, right, when they hear Black Americans talk about Egyptian culture, right, they wonder, why are we so fascinated? Why are we Black Americans, right, so fascinated with this topic? And I'm saying that it came from some of our own people, right, who made a few errors. I'm not saying that all of their work should be thrown out because of their errors. Because as time on, as we learn more, right, we push old information out the door. So it's going to happen anyway. Some of the stuff we're talking about now is going to be pushed out the door in 5 to 10 years. So it's not to say, you get what I'm saying? It's not to say that we right or no, there's no absolutes in this thing.
No, you update.
You update your research. So what I'm saying is, now that we have an update research and we know more about what we're talking about, it's not to say that what they said was wrong. We have to challenge it, though. We have to challenge those concepts, okay? Because me and you gonna say shake on to DF, Dr. Ben. We gonna climb up on the what they say on the shoulders of the ancestors.
That's what you're gonna say,
right? But what we gotta do, right, is take a clear look, go back and look at what they were saying. Now that we updated, we can't just be stuck. We can't be stuck. We gotta keep moving, right? So Dr. Ben at least like gave us a clue of what was going on, but shit, we can't use Dr. Ben today, right? We can't use John Henry Clark today.
To your point, Aku, I agree.
All
and
right?
Carter C. Goodson, I agree with your comment right here. I mean,
he said all that shit needs to be dumbed down.
Right? I mean, it's like because I always say, people feel like Black Americans felt that Dr. Ben was so deep, intellectual. In hindsight, I don't think so, right? If you compare him to other Egyptologists, he's at the bottom as far as being knowledgeable. This is what African Americans don't know. So since they don't listen to any other Egyptologists, since they don't listen to nobody but black folk, because they think everybody else is lying to them, they just think Dr. Ben was just all that deep. No, he was a subpar Egyptologist, in my opinion. So what the Black Americans got was subpar information about ancient Egypt. We didn't go to the professionals. We didn't go to the expert. We went to non-credentialed people who race baited you.
Right, we didn't know at the time. My brother, we didn't know, man. We thought, we was climbing on the backs. We needed an identity, black people suffering, trying to come out of the religion stuff. We needed something to identify with. The conscious community helped us through that, right? To get out of, the church, out of thinking there was a white Jesus, right? That's what I think it helped us with. But when you look back at it, it was more detrimental to us as a group of people because now there's so much we got to go back and fix in terms of realizing that, we are who we are. We African genetically, but we Americans, and you're looking for a culture outside of yourself. You got 500 years of culture right here in this country, and you're trying to attach yourself to 5,000 years in Egypt. So you got to at least pick up where you're at and do your research in your backyard to at least know what are you connected to. You can't be trying to, attach yourself to some old. That's like what the white people was doing. They was trying to say that they was here first, right? You following what they was doing. You're saying that the white people were saying that they was in America first. All that shit.
You have to understand this one thing also. This has to sink into your head, right? Because you mentioned scientific racism, which we equate to Eurocentric, scholarship, So it was some racist scholarship going on. Afrocentrism, as Aku said, came along to combat Eurocentrism. Okay? Now, they're both were racist. Eurocentrism, Afrocentrism, both racist, both wrong. So, Eurocentrism been stopped and died. It died a long time ago. It's no Eurocentrism in far as history right now. But black folk are still practicing Afrocentrism. You get what I'm saying? So we're still practicing some revised history. While they've moved on, don't give up.
I hear you.
We can't hear you.
So Donnie, what we was trying to find out is what exactly is your contention with some of the arguments. Like, do you believe there was a black presence that black people set up in Egypt? That's why my starting question to you was, at what period in Egyptian history do you put black people in?
Damn, y'all just gonna try to drag me tonight, huh?
No, I'm not. No, Donnie. I'm not trying. Look, Donnie. Look, I'm trying to understand because you and I know that because you mentioned it. You said 25th dynasty and so forth, right? So if you know something that I don't know, I'm interested in learning it.
No, I don't know nothing you don't know. Obviously, I mean it's a no, I don't know nothing you don't know. You've been here before me.
Gullah Geechee over there doing drugs. Look, I got mine too. Guess what? I got my this is a weed pipe. It got like mushrooms. It was a clay pipe I bought in Mexico. But I don't use this for nothing but cannabis.
Hey, Donnie, you good people, man. Hey, we
Yeah,
need to
but
talk. We need
just
to
for the
talk
record,
separately. We need
just
to
for the
talk
record,
separately, bro. So you don't have to feel like because look, one of the things about me, Donnie, is I'm not associated with no one. I just go in the chat and I'm a troll. I'll be a fucking real troll in the chat sometimes. And I think that's what caused you to follow me and jump on the bandwagon and want to be my enemy. But I'll be an asshole in the chat.
no,
I'm
you was
just that
wrong.
type of person,
You was wrong, but
attention, man. I do that all the time. You know, you get what I'm saying?
that's all good. It's all good.
It's good to not be associated with no clique, bro, so that your tongue can stay free and you ain't gotta worry about if you saying something against this person or you saying so. Because I be telling X to calm his ass down sometimes. You know, we gotta keep each other in line sometimes. You get what I'm saying? I be telling him, man, shut the fuck up sometimes, man. Let me nigga talk, bro. Right?
Yeah, but this I'm look. Check this out, though. We still doing this or not? But so if the Nahisi, they got their little jump off spot.
What's the Nahisi? You talking about?
The Nubian.
Okay.
There would have been different Nilo-Saharan groups, like northern Nilo-Saharan groups.
So if they was there, why would it be so hard to have a jump off spot where they, you know what I'm saying?
Because you listen to me?
Yeah,
they didn't leave a relatively high percentage of sub-Saharan DNA in that area.
Yeah, they left some in the substratum because you do find like certain lineages that's deep, but it's not it's not as dominant.
Not very high.
Yeah, you only find it more in the culture where the cultural confluence starts at, like in like Lower Nubia and southern Egypt. You know, so that's where more the political culture or the Pharaonic culture began. That even though so you still had in migrations of Eurasians, even so going all the way that far southward to Egypt anyway.
See, God, I gotta stop you because when you say stuff like that, when you say Pharaonic culture came from Nubia.
No, it wasn't Nubia. It wasn't on Nubia then. I'm just giving the place of area.
The region.
It was Nubia, some new shit. I'm just giving a region you an idea of a region. You know what I'm saying? Well, I could just say Northern Sudan. You know what I'm saying? I
noticed in Egyptian culture, they were real serious about their borders and their
But I'm talking about before Egypt was even a bureaucracy. Egypt became a thing. It became a country. You know what I'm saying? Around the time normal, you know what I'm saying, rose up. That's when Egypt became Egypt. But before then, you just had these different sacral chieftains.
Many groups of people was in there then.
Yeah, you just had different sacral chieftains. You had different population there. You had a large population in the north and around the Delta. You had a large population in the middle now. You had a large population in the south in Dongola, but they had different ethnic combinations. You know what I'm saying?
They like to cut X off. He fucking doing shrooms online and shit. Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel
A lot of people don't know.
Like
Anything cannabis or shroom related, I got, and I can get you.
but
Be resourceful and reach out.
I want to highlight that when we go too far back in Egypt, man, it's like I'm dealing with the people that have high synapse in that region.
yeah, Eurasians. Yeah, they have a lot more Eurasian, but you can't
Right.
ignore they do have a lot of
They're
influence of Eurasian.
Africans. They're Africans.
Yeah, because some of their markers mutated there in Africa. But then too, they do have a layer of an indigenous component that ties them with other Afrasian or Afroasiatic groups. You know, so all the way to the Armadic groups in the Horn African type. You know what I'm saying? That goes back early, like at least 30,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That these people, like that's the ancestral component, because the Egyptians, they just didn't pop up there. You know what I'm saying? Those E3B markers, them E3B markers came from the Red Sea area. You know what I'm saying? From those highland Ethiopian areas. You know, where them people look very distinct, and they always look distinct like that. All the people connect them Somalians, the Habesha people, the Oromo,
Gola,
the Bija people. You know, the Cushitic group that's in the Red Sea area, to the
Brother Gola.
Bashari. All them people are cousins to the northern Eritreites, what Christopher Eric called the northern Eritreans. He called Berbers, Egyptians, Semitics, the northern Eritreans. You know, because they
Brother
all
Gola.
come out of those cluster groups, and they are very distinct type of African. Like the brother, it was one part of the video, Chief X, when you said you disagreed upon the brother when he was trying to explain. He didn't. Yeah, he was on point. He should have been more clear of what he was explaining when he was
Brother Gola.
talking about a pre-sub-Saharan type before slavery. He was talking about that Amadic component that all them Afrasians carry, but that component itself would have been very distinct from other sub-Saharan African groups at an earlier time, even though it came from sub-Saharan Africa, but it came
Brother
from certain
Gola.
regions. It comes from certain highland regions and arid regions where these people have a distinct look. You know what I'm saying? And been mixing with these basal Eurasians since 30,000 years, you know what I'm saying, in their DNA.
Brother Gola, I got a question, sir. Please. Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you. So, in a nutshell, for the layman's terms, what are you trying to establish? What are you establishing?
What do you mean what I'm establishing?
What are you saying in the late term?
Yeah, he sound like Ngozi. He's spitting a whole bunch of shit, and nobody really knows what he's saying. So you gotta put that shit in the blender or something.
No, I wish that's why I wish I had some pictures. That's why I wish I had pictures to show. If I could share some pictures and show some shit, I can break down exactly what I'm saying.
And Gullah Geechee and Aku, let's just be real about every goddamn thing, okay? Humanity started right here in Inglewood, okay? That's where the first man came. They sailed, they rowed a boat, and ended up getting to Africa. But they came up out of Inglewood.
You a lie? I came from Ravenfly.
But the haplogroup E3B, that shit been in East Africa so long that you even got certain branches of the marker that mutated and evolved right there in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Right along with the back migrations and shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, again, just for me. I'm slow, I admit it. I don't give a damn what nobody thinks. Bro, what are you trying to establish? Can you make it simple?
Do you understand haplogroup markers or DNA, like different haplogroup markers?
No, I go to short bus. I'm slow, blue collar.
Oh well, we can't even have a conversation. I'm about to. That's why I want to show some maps. I got plenty of maps to show. Next time, if we do this on Zoom, I can show a lot of shit.
Just tell them how the group tell where you're from and where you split, where you became what. Just explain it in a way where he can understand. You can do that, man. You could teach it, man.
It'd be hard to explain to him because I don't have nothing to show him. I have to put a picture in his head. You know what I'm saying?
So It'd be hard to explain. I'll try to do it, bro. Look, everybody has a marker, and they use an alphabet to explain who they are. I'm trying to do it.
It's complex in there. Like for example, like them 18th dynasty mummies, right?
Right.
Them K's, them G's, them, you know what I'm saying, different markers, them U6s, those just the haplogroup markers, you know what I'm saying? Right. But the autosomal, they don't have the autosomal. The autosomal could be a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying, different shit, you know what I'm saying? It could be of course the haplogroup markers itself showed there was some type of back migration anyway. And then, you know, they're gonna have that in the autosomal. Then they might have, you know, of course they might have a indigenous North African component, which I call it a Armatic component, which all Afro-Asiatic share. You know what I'm saying? And then they might have a little, probably a tiny percentage of some type of Nilo, you know, it's a component just by them people been in the area. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let me make this one statement. You know, a lot of people always say, "Oh, white folk can't be in the heat; they gonna catch cancer and all this old bullshit," right? So a lot of that stuff is grossly exaggerated. White folk. See, I live in Los Angeles. White folk is running to Arizona and Las Vegas. Arizona and Las Vegas is the desert.
Yeah.
It's hot as fuck. Las Vegas be hotter than Africa.
Vegas is hot as fuck.
I'm telling you, Las Vegas, Nevada is hotter than Africa most of the times. Okay, I know. Okay, so white folk love Vegas. White folk love Arizona. They out in the heat in the desert, all that shit. So people get skin cancer, but it's exaggerated.
Yeah. You got and then you got different levels. That shit come in variations. You got white people that can tan more than other white people do. You know what I'm saying? Just like a super pale dude from Ireland, he might be suffering in the sun, but like a dude with a little bit Greek and Italian ancestry, you know what I'm saying? He can survive in that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he can tan.
He got an olive looking color to him.
And what's crazy too, them people, them southern people that came in and brought that early forming, the Mediterranean groups that's even in Southern Europe, them people got E3B markers too. You know what I'm saying? So they have a long connection with them East African group.
That's interesting. But I think it all is summed up with saying that they're our cousins. Egyptians are our cousins, right?
Yeah, they are distant cousins.
But we cluster more with people from the Central Africa region.
Yeah, we more of a basal African. You know what I'm saying? We more closely related because the Nilo-Saharan groups is the oldest group up in their northeastern area range. You know what I'm saying? They like the leftover ancestral group. Even them early Eves would have been some type of Nilo people, you know, so before they branched off into Niger Cadolfian, and then the other younger one would have branched off to being Afro Asiatic groups. You know what I'm saying?
So question I gotta ask you, because you into this research. When people left Africa, the trail shows that they left through North Africa.
They left where?
Through North Africa.
Yeah, it's two corridors. It's one and a duelist on the tip where Eritrea, and it's another one that mostly happened around the Sinai area.
Right. Would you say that those people, when they left Africa, were Negroid? I'm sorry to use that term.
No, not necessarily.
That period of time.
And one thing, you had a diversity type of people that migrated out of Africa. Some of these CTE, DE, which later became single haplogroup D and E, C and F. These haplogroups was already diverse in different pockets in the Rift Valley and in East Africa before they even migrated out. You had a diverse group.
I'm speaking of when they left Africa.
Yeah, because it wasn't like just one group. We just gonna leave and go. It was different. It was different groups leaving at different time periods.
Right. I'm talking about the people who, when they say in scientific nomenclature, when you read in the documents and they say non-Africans, they're talking about people that didn't leave Africa.
Yeah, they talking about people that's on their way out the door. They really talking about the basal Eurasian groups.
Like when they say Neanderthal everyone has Neanderthal DNA except non-Africans. Like
Hey,
you ever
cool.
heard that?
I got some Neanderthal DNA on my chest. It said 0.04.
Yeah, I got some.
Mine is 0.04.
Yeah, I got some.
Yeah, I got something to like 0.02 or some shit.
Yeah, but even though you know what I'm saying, Neanderthal is one thing, but we still, by us being West Africa, we still have archaic human genetics in us. The one that stayed in Africa, like the one that would have been like the dude in Morocco, the Jahel, what's it, Jabel?
Cameron.
Yeah, era, yeah.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah,
Aren't y'all getting
they
into
represent the
weed stuff?
Materian culture.
Yeah, he was from Cameroon, but they found his DNA back here some 338,000 years ago.
Eric Bond, I love Patrick Beverly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give me a Patrick Beverly jersey.
Yeah, X done got off of the thing. What you doing? Actually packaging? What the fuck you doing?
I'm working, bro. I'm working.
Over there looking happy as a lark.
Hey, cool.
Turn
Hey,
the
cool.
screen back on though, X, so we can see each other.
Hey, cool.
Yeah.
Don't you know them people in the Andamans, right? The ones that live like closer to the southern islands. The ones up north have a little bit mixture of the inland Eurasian group. You know what I'm saying? But they got a little bit of Denisovan in them.
Yeah, that's like the Jarara groups.
But the Jarara groups and the ones further south, they have nothing in them. They just 100% modern human.
Hey, Chief.
Let me make this one statement. This is HHC, not THC, but HHC. These are gummies, infused cannabis gummies, but HHC doesn't show up on your urinalysis. So THC shows up on your urinalysis, but HHC don't. For those who have a job where they can't really get down,
hey, you know it's good when
holler at your boy.
Hey, you know it's good when you get a commercial making some black shit like that. It's a
Hey, Chief, I got enough kids to have enough clean pee shit.
Hey, Donnie, you used to believe that the Anunnaki was real people too?
Cool. I ain't cussed nobody out yet, but you might be the first with that dumbass shit, man. Come on, man.
You ain't never believe that shit, man. I used to think them motherfuckers.
God damn, give me a break, man. Shit. Hey, Chief. Oh, god damn, he walked away.
But I cool. I got a book that I recommend, bro. I recommend you get the book by Christopher Eric called African Civilizations. That book break down a whole lot of migrations and shit, and break down a lot of shit down.
Hold on. That's this dude right here. Let me see something. Hold on 1 second. I got him right here, I think. Christopher Erics. Yeah. I know who he is. He does, but he's leaning towards the black Egyptian thing though, man. Did you know that?
USC football and APEC going back and forth.
Come on, man. Hey, let me
Christopher Eric don't preach.
Man.
Yeah, Christopher Eric don't go with he's going along. He's basing off the pre-dynastic culture and the combination of people that was there. You know what I'm saying? By Egyptians speaking Afro-Asiatic language, they speak an African language. Period. They just, you know what I'm saying? It's a watered down mixed East African group. You know what I'm saying? They still just as related to the same people that's in the Horn and all throughout East Africa. You know what I'm saying? As well. They just got more Eurasian markers more so than them. Even though they mix too, they just don't have just as much.
Let me get this one in, Gola. Hey, Chief X.
Be there.
Yes, sir. I had to unmute myself. Go ahead, sir.
Man, I wanted to tell you, man, thanks.
You welcome.
You know what I'm saying?
Unmute, Ed. So go clear.
He said thanks. I appreciate you. Welcome, bro. And I apologize if I was a little too out of line and loud and harsh.
Don't worry about it. I know
Sometimes I get passionate. You know what I mean?
I know you, bro.
We
Small
good
shit to a
people,
giant. Hey, no love lost.
I really appreciate you though, Donnie. I do because you
Donnie
participate.
good people.
Donnie participates in my chat. Donnie's even donating.
He all over.
No, Donnie's a cool cat. He's really calm and relaxed. You know what I mean? He's a cool cat. So I gotta let you know that, Donnie. So I respect you, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we need to give Gullah the floor. I think that the chat is saying Gullah knows what he's talking about. We not into the genetic stuff. We not experts.
I'm Gullah's teacher. I'm Gullah Geechee's teacher.
Gullah teacher.
No, I'm self-taught, brother.
I taught him.
Gullah Pseudo Killas. Gullah chopping jewels on Simple Killer chop. Gullah good people, man.
We've been on 4 hours.
They was trying to play him the other day talking about some shit, but then Ngozi, they didn't stop that bullshit. He got his own thing though. But I like Ngozi. I think Ngozi need to come on with the Egyptians on a panel, something like this, and talk with them.
Yeah, you know that video by the brother Jamal.
Hold on, Gullah Geechee. He said something just there. But
Yeah.
he can't do that, Aku. He cussed the Egyptians out badly. Oh man, he went off on these North Africans in the chat. Oh, he can't stand the North Africans.
He said they be racist.
Yeah, because see, Ngozi has this thing internally.
Ngozi told me already. He told me 108. He told me that's what it is with them. He said it's that they be racist and how they.
Yeah, they do.
But here's the thing.
They do be switching sides.
Hold on. But here's the thing. Here's the thing you have to understand. This is what you understand. Ngozi may come across a couple racist North Africans or whatever we want to call them, Arabs or whatever, but he'll put them all in the same boat. But Ngozi knows all these people he's been dealing with in the Afrocentric community is racist as fuck. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, he know that too.
Racist. I be tripping on a racist mad at other racists. I mean,
yeah, he know that too. It's just like we in these.
But then again, it's okay. But then again, it's okay because we're just talking about history and science, right? We're just arguing and hashing out things. But you have to also understand though, if niggas been saying like, oh you just a $5 Indian, you ain't no real Indian. Oh, you ain't no real Egyptian, you an invader. When they've heard that for years, I mean, when they snap back, what can I say? You know.
But y'all know Ngozi's grandmother is from Algeria. She's a Fulani woman from Algeria, so he got a personal, you know what I'm saying, type of thing with these people.
You said Ngozi's mother is from where?
Ngozi's grandmother is from Algeria. She's a Fulani woman from Algeria.
His mother or his grandmother?
His grandmother. His mama Fulani too, but she grew up, she's more Americanized, but his grandmother like fully in the culture.
But Ngozi is a little biracial, ain't he?
But okay.
No, he's Fulani. His father's African. His father's African American.
No.
Ngozi
got something mixed in him, bro.
Wait a minute.
Ngozi don't have tightly coiled hair.
Hold up.
Because he's Fulani. Fulani people are mixed with Berbers.
That's what I'm saying. He got something in him.
Ngozi identifies with he calls himself Creole.
Yeah,
right.
He
So a Creole and American is a French and a French and an African is a Creole and American.
No, that's not true. That's not true. All African Americans Creolized culture.
No. That's no. I don't. Hold on. Let me say something real quick. I don't agree with that. Hold on. Let me just say this in. Slow down, y'all. Slow down. I don't agree with that.
But it's not.
Gullah Geechee. Let me. You haven't heard what I'm saying yet. Slow down. Relax. No. Let me just say a sentence, y'all. Relax. I'm gonna be done. Relax. I don't agree. Hold on.
You have to know that.
What?
You have to.
No, I'm trying to get a sentence out. How can I mute myself? Just slow down. Listen.
But it gives an echo when anyone else is talking with you.
I know. I'm going to mute myself when I finish my sentence. That's what I'm saying. Can you hear me? Okay. So I don't agree with that, Ngozi, because Ngozi and you have developed this word for African Americans and calling us creolized. I don't like that, and I don't agree with it. Now, I can understand what you mean, because we may have, I have like 12% European DNA. But a Creole, we know what a Creole is in America. Strictly Creole, out of Louisiana.
That's not true.
Them people, hold on. Them people are mainly French and African. That's what they call
That's
them.
not. It's not.
I'm just saying in general. In general, a Creole is a mix of a French and African in general.
That's in Louisiana.
That's what I'm saying. That's where the phrase jumped off at. When they say listen, Gulliver, just slow down. The word Creole, when we say Creole, we know those are people from the South, okay? Originally, okay? They're not from California originally. So what I'm saying, Louisiana, they're from the South. Ngozi, let me finish my sentence. You can combat it after I finish. I'm gonna let you talk. Just let me finish this statement. I'm gonna let you reply. What I'm saying is, a Creole, as far as we know it as African Americans, are people out of the South in general, and they are a mix of French and African in general. Now, there's variations, but I wouldn't call Wesley Snipes a Creole. That's just not, I wouldn't do that. So I disagree with you calling African Americans Creole. There's a specific group of people that we call Creole. I'm not a Creole. I'm not going to take that definition, right? So this is a term that you and Ngozi coined, calling African Americans Creole, something you guys say. I don't agree with that. But go ahead.
The reason I say Creole was, first of all, the word Creole is not from the French originally, it's from the Portuguese. And the term was mean foreign born. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, you know what I'm saying, who was born outside of their own, you know what I'm saying, culture, or in this colonial, you know what I'm saying, world. And the term was used for that. Even Africans that was born in Americas was called Creoles. Even though, even if you can be black as Wesley Snipes, but he's affected by colonial culture. You know what I'm saying? He's practicing a mixed culture. And the first people that was actually called Criollos was actually people that was on the west coast of Africa by the Portuguese people, who was some people that was intermixing with the Crew people or the people on the coast. Those are the people, the first Europeans that was called Creoles, period. And that word carried on through the Latin world. You know what I'm saying? French is Latin. They got it later. You know what I'm saying? And it evolved into just a one distinct ethnic group in the French Francophone or the French areas in the United States after the Louisiana Purchase. You know what I'm saying? Before then, you know what I'm saying, all people, you know what I'm saying, that was, you know what I'm saying, born in the colonies was called Creoles.
You can rebut this. Let me just say this. I'll just read what it says, okay? What race is Creole? The definition says it's giving you a difference between a Cajun and a Creole. Okay, here we go. In present, it says, what race is a Creole? Gullah. Jesus Christ, bro. You can respond right after. I'm just going to read the definition and then you can go. It says, in present Louisiana, Creole generally, this is what I kept saying before I even read this definition, in general, listen. In present Louisiana, Creole generally means a person or people of mixed colonial, French, African American, and Native American ancestry. The term Black Creole refers to freed slaves from Haiti and their descendants. So I'm just saying it has a French connotation. I agree that there's variations in Portuguese and Latin America, but I'm just saying in America, when we say that's a Creole, we're talking about a person in the South who has French and African admixture. But I do agree that there's other, it's a little more deeper than that. But
They
I'm just
come
saying,
from
I'm
New
just saying in
Orleans. They
general
come
when we
from
say
New Orleans.
right. So I'm just saying in general as African Americans when we say Creole and think, this is what comes to African Americans' minds. People in the South, Louisiana, with a French and African mix. That's all I'm saying, Gullah Geechee. I'm
That's what
not
they
wrong
was
with
doing.
that.
That's what they was doing. Voodoo and all of that.
But that's not necessarily true in the South because Gullah Geechee people are called Creole people too. That's
Right, that's what I'm
Creole
saying. It
people
has
are called Creole people.
variations. I'm listening to my wording. It has variations. There's additives, yeah. You know, but I'm saying in general. I'm just saying when African Americans think Creole, they're thinking the South, Louisiana, and them French.
Yeah, that's because of ignorance and shit like that. They don't
No,
know that.
you want to try to simplify things.
But the thing is, too, if you look it up, African American vernacular is considered a creolized dialect.
But these are play words.
We speak English. It's not a
Of course,
creolized dialect.
that's the thing. You got different base. You got English based Creole. You
Well,
got
we speak we
Spanish based Creole.
no we speak the exact same thing white folks speak.
Any language can be creolized. You don't have to do
Listen,
anything in
Gullah,
English.
we don't speak no Creole. We speak English just like white folk, exactly the same.
No, we speak African American vernacular, bro. It's a
I mean, we
creolized
all
language.
have slang and different words, and what I'm saying is the language we speak. What I'm speaking right now is English. I'm not speaking Creole. We've been 4 hours speaking English language to each other, not Creole. What do you mean?
It's a creolized based English, bro. It's not it's English. It's still Creole. Just like
Okay, so white folks speak
just
a
like
creolized version of English. Is that what you're saying?
just
You're
like
saying white.
Jamaican Creole is still English. You got
So
different
are you
variations of
saying
dialect.
white folks? Are you saying white folks speak a creolized English?
Some do and some don't.
See, that's what I'm saying. I speak exactly like white folks speak. That's all I'm saying. I grew up in the hood and the suburbs. We speak the same.
You're wrong on this one, Gola.
Because that's called code switching, bro.
You're wrong as hell, bro.
Yeah, that's called code switching.
Can I say something?
My point is, I'm trying to say is, Gullah, I don't agree with myself being Creole. This is a thing you and Ngozi do. I'm saying, if you guys want to do that, it's fine. I'm just saying I don't agree. We don't have to argue it, but I'm just saying I don't agree with being called a Creole. I don't agree we speak any kind of Creole. I speak English, and I'm an African American. I'm not taking no new titles.
So, Gullah, the language that we speak when you say African American vernacular English, Ebonics, right, is from West Africa. It can be creolized by the French if you were enslaved by French.
No, because you don't have to do with French because Gullah Geechee dialect is an English-based Creole. It don't have to be French. You can have Spanish-based Creoles. You can have Portuguese-based Creoles. It don't have to be French. The French ain't even original. The term don't even originally come from the French. Come from the Portuguese.
But Jamaicans don't speak a creolized English.
They do. Look it up. Look,
Gola, I know you
Creole.
like to run your mouth, bro, to no end. But have you been to Louisiana?
I got family from Louisiana, bro.
Okay, then go to a white person and who says, listen to me now, that says they're Creole, and get in the mud with them. Why you got to do that here? It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
He's trying to explain how the language of African American vernacular is related to Creole.
It's not related. It's just a creolized dialect. It's not related. It's just what it is. It's a mix.
Argument with them and see how you come out. Then you come back and let us know. Play words, man.
But we got.
I told that Ngozi that. I'm telling you the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. There's groups.
I could do this.
Of language that we use that we know came straight from West Africa, and it's not through anyone. It's only through you coming here through slavery. So it doesn't have to be creolized, is what I'm saying. Gullah.
No, I'm just saying that's just what that admixture, whatever, you know what I'm saying, that base, the different influence, that's just what they call it linguistics. It's called a creolization, creolized language.
So are you saying that the words?
Look up the term creolization right now on Wikipedia.
Are you saying that the people of West Africa, when they came here, outside of French, that they spoke Creole?
That was Creole. They was even creolized in West Africa because they spoke Creole Portuguese.
It's over. It's over.
The term is before the French, bro.
So is there a way we could drop something in the back of there?
Yeah, so because I'm reading a bunch of things right now on it. Basically, just in general, they're just basically saying it's a mix of French, Spanish, and African American in American culture. But they do also it also connects to Portuguese and Latin world and mix of blacks. So it's a hodgepodge of things, but mainly the culture is in Louisiana, and the base of it is French and African. That's my understanding. I mean, people can feel another way.
Yeah. So it doesn't narrow shit down to the concrete. So my question is, why do you want to be with this?
You breaking up, Donnie.
I was saying to Gullah, it doesn't narrow anything down. It's a play word. So why do you want to? Why are you trying to argue this? Gullah, you hear me?
Bro, I don't even understand your logic. I'm not really paying attention.
I'm saying the word is all over the place. You heard the definition, right? Don't try to belittle me. You heard the definition.
No, I just need to share. I wish I could share my screen where I could show you what I'm talking about. I can't do that right on this platform.
Let me read it. Creolization in the diaspora is a relational process.
All I'm saying
can enable new forms.
Okay, let me finish, please.
Just enrichment through Pacific intermixtures and aggregations, but its uneven dynamics remains a factor to consider, whether in the context of colonization or globalization. The meeting points of multiple diasporas and the crossing and intersections of diasporas are sites of new creolizations. New sites of creolization continue the ongoing ethics of the sharing of the world that has now become a global discourse, which is rooted in English and French Caribbean. So what I was telling you is the Antilles and the French Caribbean was conquered by those lands were at one time French. So yes, they would be creolized.
No, they ain't saying nothing about they ain't saying nothing about no French on there, bro. They just saying any contact based language. Like Gullah, you got English based Creoles. Look it up.
It's a cultural fusion, though, bro.
You got English based Creoles have nothing to do with French. When Gullah Geechee dialect is a Creole dialect. It don't have nothing to do with French at all. It's just pigeon. You have pigeon language. Pigeon language.
Moving the goalposts, dude. You're moving the goalposts and you're playing games.
No, I ain't playing no games, bro.
You one of them dudes who sound fancy, but you really not because you don't understand simple things.
I do understand. You don't understand complex things.
You're acting like you understand some shit, but you don't, man. I'm telling you.
I never heard of Gullah Geechee being considered Creole.
You look it up. Look it up right now. We all. It's 2020. Just look it up. Look up Gullah Geechee.
You looking up a motherfucking thing. I know what it is.
Hey, Donnie, you're breaking up a little bit. Can you get closer to your mic or whatever you're on?
That's you when
Yeah, this nigga's
You
playing
got-
But the Gullah language is kind of an English-based Creole language. I mean,
it is.
it is. But I don't think they're saying Gullah Geechee people. I mean, Creole, they basically just saying a hodgepodge of mixed up shit.
Yeah, Gullah Geechee people. That's what they speak. That's what they are.
So why would you want to get into that?
And that dialect is the context.
And I'll take it a step further since this nigga want to run his mouth on the motherfucking guy. It's a class system. Now take your badass to Louisiana and claim it, and show us what it is.
Man, you sound like Donald Trump on the internet.
All right, let me read this one. In religion, it says the popular religions of Haiti, Cuba, Trinidad, Brazil form the mixing of African and European elements. Even with Catholicism, when they even got Santeria and stuff like that all over the world that's connected to that. But it's not. It's what I'm gathering from what you're saying. Is that Creole has some place in West Africa prior to Creolization.
Yeah, it's just a mixing. It's just a mixing of our culture with European culture. If it don't matter which one it is, that mixing in that context is a creolized culture.
I'm telling you, you won't get nowhere with this conversation. You won't get nowhere with that word.
The thing about it is, it's a little complicated and there's a lot of variables. Okay, so we all kind of right. So we're all kind of right. So, but if you just read let me just read this, and then we can move on from this conversation. It says, what does it mean when a person is Creole? It says, the answer is, in present Louisiana, Creole generally means a person or people of mixed colonial French, African American, and Native American ancestry. The term Black Creole refers to freed slaves from Haiti and their descendants. So it's just a lot of variables. That's all I'm saying.
So,
but in general, it's just a mixed person. Them Creoles they got loose curly hair. They're more biracial than I am. My stuff is tightly coiled.
So Gullah, are you saying pigeon is Creole? Gullah?
You said what?
Is pigeon Creole? It's connected to Creole.
Pigeon create Creole languages.
Right. Okay. So Pidgin is a mixed language in Africa as well.
Yeah, that's like the first step before you get to more creolized language. It's like the first contact type language.
Okay, so that means it's not an African thing. When they say creolization, they're talking about after the slave trade.
Yeah, it don't matter what it is. We mix with Europeans. We not just, you know what I'm saying? We not like full-blooded like tribal Africans. We colonialized and all that shit. Right. That's why I say we creolized. We Creoles.
Well, I got one question. Gullah. What's your definition of Creole?
A mixed culture.
That's it?
We do certain shit. We do certain shit still do that's connected to like not the Congo type culture as being African American, but we still do shit that relates to our European ancestors.
Yeah, you know, Gullah Gucci, you're right about stuff you're saying. My only point is, I don't want to be considered a Creole. I don't consider myself a Creole, and I don't consider me speaking anything Creole-like. That's just personally me. So that was just my issue. I don't consider African Americans Creole. But I mean, unless they're just in Louisiana and they got that, personally, I wouldn't call myself Creole.
But look up, and if y'all get a chance, look up African American vernacular on Wikipedia, and it says certain scholars, you know what I'm saying, consider African American vernacular as a Creoleized English.
You said
No,
certain.
these are plays.
You said what? Certain what?
Look up African American vernacular.
Yeah, I did that already. It says what? All right, let's do it right here. I'm gonna do it right here.
You got it on Wikipedia?
AAVE. AAVE. Let's do it. English. Okay.
It ends up being a class system. That's it. It's over. You're done.
Okay. Okay. So, what is it you want me to? Okay.
So the definition of African American vernacular English, also referred to as Black vernacular English, Black the English vernacular, or occasionally Ebonics. Okay, Ebonics. Okay, that's what we do sometimes. A colloquial, controversial term is the variety of English natively spoken, particularly in urban communities, by most working and middle class Africans. So what we speak has nothing to do with anything Creole.
Go to origin. On the Wikipedia page, where it's the African American vernacular English and the origin.
Okay. Want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, origins. African American vernacular English may be considered a dialect, ethnolect.
Hey, bro, it's less accepted amongst linguists.
While it is clear that there is a strong historical relationship between African American vernacular and early Southern and U.S. dialects.
It says it right here.
It says what?
Less.
Huh?
Right here. It says less linguists with that. Let me read it.
Yeah, okay, so I was reading, then it went down lower. It says, however, a Creole theory less
accepted among linguists.
Yeah, okay. There we go.
This position is less accepted among linguists.
Yeah. So, but here's what you got to understand: is that because we started off talking about Ngozi. Ngozi has some type of mixture, different than us. I can look at him and tell. Okay, he's some he would be like 1/3 something else.
He Fulani, bro. Fulani.
No, I understand. Okay, but let's be more specific when you say Fulani. Are you saying West African?
Bro, do you know the history of Fulani people?
I don't know the history of Fulani people that good.
Fulani people are the cattle herders, and they are very mixed with Berbers and shit.
So you agree with me? Ngozi per se is mixed. He's different than me. I don't have no Berber, so he's kind of biracial.
You said what?
I don't have Berber in me, so what I'm saying is Ngozi is kind of a biracial.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I've always keep saying to people.
Yeah.
Ngozi has no. Listen, what I'm saying. Ngozi looks. If Ngozi put on some other clothing, he would look like a. Listen. He would look like a Somalian. He has a different tint, a different hair texture, and everything. He's biracial of some sort. I don't know technically.
Yeah. The Fulani people are as an ethnic group, they are very diverse. So that's
right. And this is why he always keeps pushing this Somali Ethiopian thing, because it identifies with him.
No,
I'm telling you. Listen. I've been listening.
It's just the truth. That's just how.
No, Ngozi manipulates his genetic talk to.
Not true.
No. Listen to what I'm saying, man. Listen, man. Ngozi. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself after I say this. Ngozi manipulates his DNA to make it fit what he is. This is why he always talks about the Somali Ethiopia thing and the Fulani thing. I'm straight West African, tightly coiled. I'm not no mixed citizen. So when he's talking to us, he needs to change that vernacular. We shouldn't be put in no boat with no Ethio-Somalian type stuff.
No, he Fulani, bro. You know Fulani's are West African.
Okay.
They speak a West African language. Their language is related to
Okay,
yours.
has he proved this? I need some proof.
It's
I'm not listening to nobody no more. I need some proof.
Yeah.
Niggas be just talking.
Yo, check this out, Gullah. Let me read the next.
But you have to understand, Chief X, them North Africans are related to Somalians and all that shit anyway. They all related.
Give me a second, man.
You gotta understand who the Fulani are in West Africa. They are West Africans, but they're West Africans who mix with different people.
Look, I was there. The brother Ngozi, this is what he does. He identifies with Fulani, right? Let's go with that and believe it. I believe he's being honest about
it. And it's why haplogroup was E1B1A.
Relax, bro. Just relax a little bit.
Yeah, but you know
nobody's going anywhere.
White people with E1B1A.
Nobody's going anywhere.
I know. I got haplogroup G. If you done me, you might think I'm an Egyptian. Shit.
Where were you at?
Yeah, but at what percentage?
We don't let each other speak.
On whose side?
Man. So what Ngozi does,
bro, would you have that G?
You said what, bro?
On whose side of your family would you have G? And
from my daddy's side.
That would be like listen what I'm saying. That would be like us saying, because we have 0.1% Native American, right? We can claim Native American too.
No, I'm just proving the point that haplogroup can move around and shit. Like you could be any fucking haplogroup. Haplogroups is just show us like what type of lineage came through your peoples at one point in time.
Anyway, so Ngozi identifies as a Fulani.
His mother's Fulani. He identifies as African American. His daddy African American.
God damn.
His daddy a chief vice lord.
Oh man, co-signing ass motherfucker.
I'm just saying, he official in the street too. His daddy a chief vice lord.
Please, look. So I just need to shut up and listen to you. You know, you got it, Gullah.
But wait a minute, somebody in the chat just said Ngozi said he was 30% Middle Eastern. Will the real Ngozi stand up? I mean, like,
sounding like a motherfucker, man.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you the truth.
But wait a minute, so I've heard that before that he has a Middle Eastern.
Gullah, let me tell you the truth, bro. Me and brothers real good. We close, right? And he's always laid stake to that claim that he was from there, right? But you know how we are, Gullah, right? We got to see that shit. You know how we get down, like we don't.
Yeah, I seen his DNA. We share our shit with each other. I seen his genetic markers. He do have like a little like North African Fulani and Senegalese type DNA.
Right. So,
but you got to know the people in Senegal, you know what I'm saying, especially the Fulani, they are a mixed group that's in West Africa. They speak a Niger-Congo language, but they are a mixed population who's been in a mix of Berber groups for a long time.
So why are you identifying yourself with what Ngozi is?
What you mean identify myself with Ngozi is?
Okay, so because Ngozi claims to be this creolized cat. He is that. We're not. You're not.
No, I think we all a mixed group of people. I could consider ourselves West Sudan and Creole. African American culture is a creolized culture, period, bro. People of the diaspora creolized. Read the book by Michael Gomez called History of the African Diaspora, bro.
I don't have no Sudanic, bro. My DNA test says West Central Africa, and I have 12% European DNA.
That's why I say
I don't know nothing about no Sudanic. I don't know nothing. Hold on, I don't know nothing about no East Africa and no Sudanic. I'm West Central African, and I have 12% European DNA.
Do you know where Niger-Congo languages come from?
I'm not talking about the language. I'm just talking about my genetic makeup. My genetic
Yeah, I
makeup.
know. But I'm saying
My genetic makeup is different than
when I say
hold on. My genetic makeup is different than Ngosi's genetic makeup. That's what I'm saying.
not really, not it's a slight.
Me and Ngozi are different genetically.
Hey, let me tell you something.
He still have high percentage of West African DNA. Fulani people got high percentage of West African DNA. They West Africans too. They just got a little bit of North African in them.
Carla, listen to what I'm saying. One of the things I think we should stop doing is when we're in the discussion of genetics, we start talking about linguistics because it is two different things. A people can have one DNA and travel somewhere and learn a different language.
No, it don't happen like that. You still gonna have vestiges of the people that showed up and in the mix with these people that show certain markers. That's why the haplogroup markers is important to understand.
It don't mix, color.
It do happen like that because certain groups, because people that speak languages carry markers. They move around. Languages don't move on a fucking note paper. People got to show up and speak these languages and intermix and fuck and have kids and teach these languages to the next generation. It don't happen like that. That's why even like the Chadic languages, like the Hausa speak, we understand because of the DNA. At some point that they mixed with some type of Afro-Asiatic speakers at one point in time, even though they're essentially Niloti group.
You got Berber in you, Gully?
No, I don't got no Berber.
Okay, so you different than Ngozi.
I got some Jewish. I got some Oscar Jewish in me and shit. But it's certain markers that Ngozi still got that we do sure. Ngozi still got a high percent of Nigerian and shit like that, and Senegalese and Malayan and shit. But he just had North African component because the Fulani groups have North African components and shit.
Ngozi can claim his shit. I'm different than what he's claiming. Okay, that's all I'm saying. He's got some. I don't have no Berber in me. I don't have no North African in me. Ngozi's
let me say
all I'm saying, he's a mixed cadre of shit.
All I'm saying.
He got his.
And then too, a lot of Spanish people got Berber in them too because of the.
He's getting himself into a big old mess, a spaghetti mess, trying to explain one simple motherfucking word, and that's Creole. This nigga got himself into a mess. That's why
I get myself into a mess. I know what I'm talking about, bro.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, man.
Hey, check this out, look. If
Donnie's in real form.
What I'm saying, fellas, right, is this. Look, it is equivalent to me when I hear someone claiming that. It's like the very low percentage of Indian that we got through slavery. We're attaching ourselves to that. That's what it seems like. It's like almost like ammunition for the Abel argument when I hear that. Because look, if you want to say that, he has a high percentage of North African DNA, even if he was to show his markers, right? You said his daddy was what? African American.
His daddy African American. His daddy is straight a chief vice lord.
Okay, so you also said his mother was Fulani, right? And his grandmother was Fulani, right?
His mother's Fulani. Yep, and his grandmother's Fulani. Right. And by him being Fulani, that's a people, somebody straight from West Africa. Even though they mixed themselves, they got a lot of them West African DNA themselves anyway.
Great. So here's my point. I am not Fulani, and my percentage on my chart when I take a DNA test comes up, right? 87%, 80-something% West African. Central
Do you
African.
have any Senegalese percentages?
I have no Senegalese on my chart.
You got any Malayan?
I have Congo, 13%. Congo.
You said 13? You got 13% Congolese Bantu?
Congolese percent.
I got more than you do.
Right? What I'm saying is, even if it was some Northern African percentages there, it would be in small clusters. It wouldn't be if his father right?
Yeah, that's how it is. It's North Africa is not a big percentage, bro. It is a small percentage. It's not big.
Right. So that would be like pretty much any African American with some, like how 21.
Yeah, or any Fulani, like Fulani, even in the Fulani groups, a lot of people, converted to being Fulani too. This is a way of life. Even them, they got like a small percentage of the North African, even like Wolof groups now today.
Donnie, what's up,
small
Donnie?
percentage.
I can see Donnie. Boy, how you doing, bro?
Donnie
live and in color tonight. Look, ain't nobody brought Donnie out like Chief X brought Donnie.
Nah, Donnie on here today.
Donnie is live and in color. Chief X got Donnie out here, boy.
Hey, Gullah.
What's that, Donnie? Much love.
That's what I'm saying, Gullah. If the brother has a high percentage of maternal DNA from Africa, it wouldn't show up any higher on his chart, being that his father is African American. So it's still going to point his clusters to where he's from in Africa. So what percentages did he show to say that he lays claim to Fulani?
He got Senegalese percentages, and he have a little percentage of North African percentages from there, bro. That's obviously Fulani, dog.
Hey, Donnie, let me just say this to Donnie. Donnie, I appreciate you showing yourself. It just makes it more personal, bro.
Look up the Fulani genetics, bro.
No, I'm not asking how much it's his thing. I'm saying how much shows up on the chart.
Oh yeah, I gotta see it. I gotta see it again. But he got a small percentage of North African and Senegalese.
Hey X, call him. You got his number, right? I think I got his phone number. Let me call him. Y'all ain't got his phone number? Call him.
You want me calling Ngozi?
Call Ngozi.
Ngozi probably listening and mad at us.
Call him.
I'm gonna call him right now and put it on speaker.
So that we can ask him, because I don't want to misrepresent. We talk about somebody that's not, here, so I don't want to do that. So at least let him tell us what his percentages are of North Africa.
Yeah.
Because my point was that we have a very low percentage of Indian, right?
Wait, Ngozi heard me. He cut his phone off.
But he ain't claiming. He's not claiming to be North African though. His mother is Fulani. He ain't claiming to be North African.
What did he hug?
His voicemail keep coming on.
Okay.
Ngozi listening. Trust me.
All right. Yeah, I just was trying to actually find that out, because I know people lay claims to their percentages in their DNA to certain sides. I'm saying if you're Black American and you're born in America, you ain't no different from me. And I don't care if you got 2% of North African. It doesn't mean that you have a stake in the claim of being from North Africa. It only means that a percentage of your ancestors passed through that region and had children.
No, you gotta understand. Listen, bro.
Hey, real quick, Gullah Geechee.
Those grandmother migrated to the United States from Algeria. She's a Fulani woman, bro.
Okay, so Gullah Geechee, are you saying Ngozi's an immigrant or is he an African American?
He's both. His daddy's
No. Either you're an immigrant or a second generation immigrant, or you're
second on his mother's side. Yeah.
Okay, so what is he? Fulani American? What is his title?
He considers himself African American.
No, it doesn't matter what he considers. There's rules and stuff going on.
No,
like listen here. Like Garfield. Hold on, listen. Garfield is Jamaican American. He can't be African American. He's
He
Jamaican
can't be
American.
African American.
No.
He's
He's
just not a United States.
Jamaican.
He's just not a U.S. African
No, we
American.
have
Hey,
titles. Come on,
X, you gotta let him talk and mute so we can hear what
Okay,
Gullah
I'm
saying.
gonna talk in mute. Listen what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, hold on. Let me just say this. I'm gonna mute. Garfield is Jamaican American. Okay, he's not African American. There's differences. You can't pick and choose what you are. You're born that way. If I'm African American, I can't change that. No matter how much I hate America, which I don't, but if I hated America, whatever, I can be mad at America for a slave. It's nothing I can do. I'm African American. Period. You know what I mean?
All right,
So
now let go.
Garfield is Jamaican American. Period.
Yeah.
So hold on. I'm about to finish. Hold on. So what I'm saying is Ngozi an immigrant? If he's an immigrant, then he's not African American, is what I'm saying. No immigrants are African American. Is he an immigrant or not?
No, because he's born here. He's not him. His grandmother was an immigrant.
So he's a second generation immigrant.
Or
right?
or Italians immigrants.
Yeah. After the second generation, you're American. If you're okay, say an Italian came over here from Italy, right? They have children, and they're born here in America. They are second generation immigrants. They would be called Italian American. Now that third and fourth generation, they would just be called American.
You agree with that, Gullah?
I mean, yeah, for its politics, but still, all in all, shit, Garfield still a fucking African American because he's an African American.
No, he's not. No,
he's just not a United States of America.
Garfield will tell you he's Jamaican American. Me and Garfield have banged on this. That's why he's been getting on ADOS. I've banged on Garfield about this. We've had these discussions. Garfield strictly. Hold on, bro. Garfield claims Jamaican American. You can't tell Garfield he's something else. Okay, so Garfield is not Garfield. Listen, Gullah-Geechee, Jesus Christ. Garfield is not African American. He's Jamaican American. That is a thing. It's a real thing.
Yeah, it's a political thing.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Gullah, I know you hear me, brother, but this is what happens when you play with words.
I ain't playing with no words.
You played with that Creole, and this is where you ended up.
I ain't playing with no words.
In the motherfucking mud. It's a play word. It's a play word.
Man, them niggas still an African American. If you look up the first African American, they gonna show you some shit in Dominican Republic or some shit.
You can say all that.
I'm telling on you.
You sounded good at first, nigga, but now you sound stupid.
That nigga, I don't give a fuck what Garfield think. That nigga a fucking African American. His ass
Then you keep running other niggas into your argument.
I know, geography. You can't fool with no political geography. The Americas is the Americas. All this shit is America.
Let him get a word out. Y'all talking over each other.
So
Let him get a word out, then respond.
Gullah, you're talking about geography, right? Because you're talking about Jamaica is still American. It's because it's over the South. It's America still. Are you talking about that?
Yeah, it's not U.S. It's not the United States of America, but it's the America. The America is the fucking continent. 2 continents.
Right.
Well, this boy keep digging a hole for himself, man.
No, I was just trying to understand what he was saying because I know he ain't crazy.
I ain't digging a hole for myself. This is just my viewpoint, bro. I ain't nobody digging a hole for nobody.
I understand.
I'm not humiliated at all. I don't know why you think I'm humiliated.
Started out Pseudo, you gonna end Pseudo.
No, I never was Pseudo, bro.
Hey, Gullah,
you come here Pseudo with your black Egypt.
Hey, Gullah, you know Brother Donnie?
No, I don't know this dude. He sound like a lame to me.
No, I mean, is this the first time y'all spoke?
I'm a lame.
Yeah, it's the first time I ever heard of this dude.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Donnie, I didn't know you had a sense of humor.
Yeah, I'm extra line. Yeah. No, it's all good. I just
I was thinking y'all had like some personal beef before y'all got on here.
no, ain't nothing like that.
Because I kind of wanted to get back on the Egypt because the whole chat is saying, so when we gonna get back on Egypt? I guess Egypt took a back seat.
Oh, we're gonna get back on it. Let me ask Donnie. Let me ask Donnie one question. Donnie, let me ask Donnie one question. Donnie, you smoke weed?
No, I used to.
Oh,
I smoke weed that you ever motherfucking saw in your life, Chief man.
okay.
I used to.
Yeah, you got to let Donnie talk.
So,
How old are you, Donnie? How old are you?
Donnie.
How old are you, Donnie?
38.
Oh, you's a baby.
Yeah, right.
But y'all not beating me up no more, man.
Where you at, Donnie? You a truck driver or something?
No, nigga, I'm in my garage.
Oh, you in
Donnie live in a mansion, the cool.
No, I got a little shotgun house.
All right.
Yeah, nothing fancy. Got the Cougar to a Pep, to punk ass a Pep who be talking that shit. I got the Cougar right there. And then I got the Lark. The Lark covered up, but I got the truck and the Lark and shit. You know what I'm saying? So,
that's what's up, Donnie.
That's what's up. That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. You gonna fix that little older car up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. That's why I'm here. Yeah.
What's that yellow car? What is it?
That's the 68 Cougar.
The 68. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's California, Bay Area stuff. But
You from Bay Area?
no, I'm from Fresno.
Oh, I didn't know you was in California. You in Fresno now?
You in Fresno?
No, come on, man. I live in Texas.
Oh, okay. You in Fort Worth?
But you from California?
I started out. Go ahead.
Houston or Fort Worth?
No, I started out in Austin. I live in San Antonio now.
Oh.
Yeah.
But you from California?
Mm-hmm. Fresno, North Side.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and X in California, man. You know, in the Sun State.
California love.
Y'all need to come to Texas. And y'all know it.
Yeah.
But if Gola is there, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get into a big old debate, but he got into the mud with a play word called Creole. Why would you want to play with that word? If you look at black folks, and here in Texas they do that a lot. You know, they got their own business or something like that, like they do trail rides or whatever, and they got Creole, you know what I'm saying, such and such on the side of their shit. And you look at them, they be black, 10 times black.
So
it don't make no sense. So, and I talked to Ango. Well, in the chat, I mentioned this to Angozi. I told him it was a play word. He didn't respond, and then when he did try to respond, he asked me to define it, and I said, "No, you defined it. It's a play word." And you see, the brother Gola got all into the mud over a word.
yeah, so the thing is, that's what I'm saying. So I've been listening to Ngozi Gullah. Gullah Geechee's he's okay cat, but he copies a lot of the ideology of Ngozi, right? So what Ngozi is don't mean that's what you are, is my point. And so Ngozi always has used this creolization, this Creole, because that's what he is. He's a little mixed of shit. I'm not that. So I've noticed over the years in Ngozi, when he kicks his genetics and talk and stuff, he'll always have this lean towards this Ethio-Somali talk. Because if you look at a Somalian, Ngozi looks like a Somalian. He just has some features, whether he is or not. So that's why I asked him, is Ngozi an immigrant? Because there's something in him mixed that he just hasn't really just came out and said. So Ngozi has said several things. He's used Yoruba. I think he's used somebody has also said he has some Middle Eastern. He has some mixture in him. He's different than me, is what I'm saying.
He
I think he's an immigrant. I don't know. I'm not sure.
he is intelligent, but to come around full circle and then recently to do this Creole thing, he kind of lost me on that. You know, I'll say that. You know, I like the brother. He is intelligent. I guess, you know, I don't know what it is. You know, I'm talking now, but I think sometimes guys use their intelligence for the wrong things. You know what I'm saying? So, you know.
Hey, it's good seeing you, Donnie. I ain't never seen you before. This is a good chat right here.
I don't know why I'm glad about seeing Donnie.
Donnie, we can say you Ethiopian. You look like one of them Ethiopians from.
Man, don't start on me, man. Don't start on me. I'm West African Portuguese, man. Don't start on me.
You African American, Donnie?
West African and Portuguese. Yep.
Got it. So you Creole, nigga. You Creole.
I don't do the play word. You know what I'm saying? I eliminated a whole bunch of problems. But on this Egyptian thing,
hey, let me ask you an honest question, and we're gonna move on. Donnie, is your grandparents biracial or mixed with anything?
my grandparents.
Yeah.
Well, you know I got two sides, right?
Right.
What side?
What side?
Is any side mixed or immigrant or mixed with anything? Is any side?
No. Well,
Okay, so your grandparents are all African American?
no.
Let me hear this one. I gotta hear this one right here. This one is good.
Come on,
Good. So
No,
mama
my
black, daddy black.
grandparents are straight up black from Texas, right? Originally, Olamay and Theodis Williams. And my mother's side of the family is from Hawaii originally, but they're Portuguese people. So, yeah, that's how it happened. And I'm a military.
Okay, so you're saying your mother's side of the family, her like grandparents and stuff have Portuguese.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, Creoleized nigga.
I don't even play with that. Hey, when y'all say that, be like, I'm blacker than 10 niggas in this room. So, you know,
Yeah, my grandma and my grandpa and my great grandma and my great grandpa and my grandma and my granddad, straight nigga. Straight African American. I don't know no white people in my family.
You got white and you Creole.
I don't know any white people past my great grandparents.
hey, I'm subject, Chief, but you know where Raven Street is in Compton?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my folks had a house on there.
That's what I'm talking about. When you coming back to Cali, man, we need to go hang out and have a beer.
No, when you gonna come to Texas?
You know, I used to go to. I don't know why you didn't go to RBG Family Weekend. RBG Family Weekend was in Fort Worth, Texas, every year. I used to go there every year.
I didn't know about it.
He probably didn't know.
Everybody coming to Texas.
Some people anyway, man. They go over there, they jump you, man. You'll start talking that because you're gonna become anti-black, fucking with us. They're gonna throw you out. Nobody gonna want nothing to do with you. I'm telling you. Everybody gonna say something wrong with you. You was an agent, provocateur. I'm telling you what's gonna happen to you. They're gonna say
I don't
something
worry about it.
because you're gonna switch over. Once you start switching sides, they're gonna say something wrong with you.
Hey, can you grow an afro, Donnie, or is your hair loose curly?
It's loose curly.
It's loose curly.
Yeah.
Oh, you that creolized nigga. I'm just fucking with you, Donnie.
Yeah, but we need to get some of these Egyptians on the panel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pep, Banoob, all Chief X motherfucking friends.
I wish they would come on, but they don't want to come on.
Hey,
But a
Chief,
couple of them have a good excuse because they don't speak English that
last
good.
night. The last 2 nights, Chief, I bodied your chat.
Body the chat.
A couple of the North Africans don't speak good English, so I do understand.
Hell. And then you tried to come in for him. I was like, what the fuck this nigga doing? I'm like, yeah, goddamn, I don't want to get blocked. And I thought, man, it seemed fake, Chief. For real. I got to keep it a buck.
You know what I think?
Capping for Egyptologist 7 when I was in her business.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on,
Egyptologist 7, my friends, man. You got to lead them alone.
I'm gonna send for Egyptologist 7. I'm gonna send for her to come to Cali. Me and Egyptologist 7 gonna hang out. We're gonna have a date. We're gonna run around.
That's some bullshit.
Hey, this is what I think it is.
Wait a minute. Dr. Banoob got a crush on Egyptologist 7, but I'm gonna take her from Dr. Banoob.
Your buddy be capping, I cool.
You know what I think it is, though, man? I think there's a pushback on the Egyptian side because they feel like, damn, we've been, fucking with their shit so long. They can't find a way to talk to us to be respectful. They so angry, man. They don't even want to get on to talk, man. I think that's what it is.
Who? You got a name or anything like that? Because it's not me.
I've been trying for a long time to get to talk to some Egyptians live, and they don't talk to me like that neither. And I think there's a time difference between us two. Also, there's a lot of different variables that make it where we can't talk as much as we should. So it's usually through typing, and but actually getting on with one of the Egyptians, and even if they have to talk through a translator, it seems impossible sometimes to do that.
Oh, you're talking about, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Well,
Donnie, I got a question for you, Donnie.
God damn.
My question for you is, I want to know who you favor, who you like the most. Do you like, whose scholarship do you like the most between these three people? Wujaro, Smash Rockwell, Asar Imhotep. Who do you favor?
I can't answer that question. Look, Chief, I know you're going to criticize me and shit and say I'm running this shit. I believe in being transparent. So you want me to answer the motherfucking question?
Hey, Donnie, don't do it.
God damn.
Everybody has somebody they favor. Okay, I like the way this person teaches. That's okay. Now, I'll tell you, Wujaro to me is the smartest out the bunch. Wujaro is the most wise to me. As far as overall, I'm not just talking about his, his meta-netter, but overall, Wujaro will sit there and teach English good. He will teach grammar. Wujaro will go in. Wujaro is a sharp cat. So Wujaro is he's the baddest out the bunch to me. You agree to that, Aku?
Yeah, I would say Uja was the smartest. But that smartest sometimes turn out against him because he be trying to outslick motherfuckers sometimes. So yeah, but he's the smartest out of the three. So yeah,
I will speak on it. What I do find, it's kind of, I really don't want to answer that. And it's kind of, that'd be just something
you don't have to. It's okay.
To make you happy or something like that. But what I will say that I do find interesting is I'm echoing. But nobody stepped up to you, Chief X. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do find interesting. So I do find that.
So you're saying you find it interesting that nobody stepped to challenge me? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So
It is stuff
I've been
about
telling people like it's the subject matter. I told people when I first started, nobody would ever try
But
to.
I did know.
Right. So this is what you got to understand. Nobody would try to debate me on non-black Egypt in public with thousands of people listening. Like we have a legitimate debate. They wouldn't do that on that topic because they know they don't have enough on their side to win. In all fields of science, I would tear their ass up if we had a debate on that topic. So they kind of stay away from that debate.
But all honesty, you know what I'm saying? I am a little bit slow. My dad told me one time, all I got is common sense. I could go a lot further than that because all my people that was growing up in my household was ball players and stuff like that. And they went to college. They did pretty good. Um, but just to be honest and sincere, you know what I mean? I'm not 100% convinced. You know,
in what?
I'm just not.
In what?
The same thing we was talking about earlier. I don't want to go back there.
Well, that's fine, but you know, put that in.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay friendly with you right now.
Yeah.
I know you're not convinced, but we're gonna leave you alone tonight.
Convinced that I don't still don't get it.
Are you on Facebook, Donnie?
No, why?
Okay, I was gonna friend request you and send you some stuff. Maybe maybe I can get your number and text you some stuff. I think I need you to look at.
Okay.
I think you would if it's a few certain things that I would send you that I think if you watched you would change.
So anyway, so it was a good show. What you gonna do, Chief X? How you gonna wrap this up?
Yeah, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Aku, I'm tired. It's 11:18. I didn't even sleep yesterday. We're gonna let Gullah have some closing words too. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end this. Donnie, why don't you go ahead first and just give us your some closing words and say good night and what have you. And I really appreciate. Let me just tell you, Donnie, I really appreciate you on my panel. I appreciate you showing your face. You haven't done that on anybody else's panel. So I think I'm down to earth enough to make you come out there a little. But I appreciate you showing your face. I have a different a feel for you now. And I like you now, brother. Go ahead.
The record shows I fuck with you the long way. So it's all good. I'm still learning, still standing strong, still standing up. I'm just here. Shout out to Aku. He's a good brother. And how you know that? Because of him. You know what I'm saying? So, I ain't got too much to say. Just staying out the way, not being pseudo. I'm here. I'll at your boy. So,
What you got to say, Gullah Geechee?
Oh shoot, nothing much, man. It was a cool build, man. Building with y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Going back, how would we do this more often, man? It's a cool little build. I bet you know what I'm saying. I respect everybody's perspective. You know what I'm saying on you know what I'm saying on their thoughts on different topics. You know.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, I just appreciate y'all coming on the panel. And I rarely do panels. Usually I'm just by myself talking my shit and in my own zone, and doing my thing. But I like to have a panel. I like a little group discussion. It's Saturday night. I wanted to do this Friday night, but Saturday night I ain't had shit to do. I don't go to clubs no more, and I don't really party like that. So, just sitting at home, took me a few sips of whiskey, you know what I mean, and act like Aku tonight, and and just enjoyed myself and having a good conversation with the brothers, you know what I'm saying, ironing out some things and figuring out some things and learning some things, right? And that's it. What you got to say, Aku, before we close out?
I just want to say that next time we need to try to get these injections on possible. so we could, you know, get to some of the real arguments that are going on in these conscious circles, because I see a brewing war going on between Northern African and Sub-Saharan African and their descendants online, and it's just getting worse every day because it seems like we're not getting nowhere with it. We're not having the meaningful discussion that we should be having in a sentence like this, where we can all sit down and talk about what it is, and everybody can lay out their thing, you know. But it was good. We talked a little bit about Egypt. We didn't really go into detail, you know. We ended up talking about a whole bunch more.
Right. So I didn't have a specific topic because tonight was kind of like a free for all. You know what I mean? Just a freestyle.
Right. So it was a good build, man. You know, it was good. I came in late. I had to fix my shit up again and get back on, but it was good. You muted.
Okay, so yeah, we out of here. People, kiss your children good night. You know what I mean? Kiss your girlfriend, your spouses good night, and enjoy your Sunday. And peace to the family. We out of here.